Check. Check 1 2.
myself, if you follow me on Snap there at jbradley7434, just snap me. So far, obviously the footing, we've been working on it, trying to get it as good as we can. We'll get her figured out. The patches that you see there, evidently there was a little, I don't know, whether there's a hole or a soft spot when they put it down, and hopefully that'll help today. The only other thing that comes to mind that's been turned in is size of the numbers on the back tags, and Jenny is aware of that, so we'll see what we can do about making those bigger. However, they are the same as they've always been, so maybe you're just further away a little bit. But I went up and sat in the seats. Woo! That's a nice seat there. Yeah, I was tired, but it felt really good. And the lighting and obviously the air and no rumbling and the sound system, a sound system where you can actually hear the judges, that's nice. You ready? You ready, Brandon? Let's listen to a judge.
Yeah, I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready, buddy.
Okay.
I am ready.
Thank you. Good way to start. I told Ferris when this one walked in, that's a fun way to start the morning off with one like this. Good single entry. Love that one's look, her quality. Again, her body shape's awesome. There's some real muscle there. That one still gets and goes and looks like her things, her feet and legs are in the right place and in position. And so we'll critique her a little further here in our drive here, but that's an awesome way to start the Angus show off.
Well, good morning and welcome to day
on the reading side, first class.
Welcome to day two of the
2.
2024.
Excitement builds. We're fired
Iowa
up
Beef
here. Crossbred Steers Class 1 has hit the ring. I don't know about you, Ryan, but I'm pretty fired up for a day.
I'm real fired up. After what we saw yesterday, I jumped out of bed this morning excited. I knew we were going to see some more good ones.
Absolutely. 3 head here in this first class Crossbred Steers.
I know before we jumped up here at the table, you and I had a little time to visit with our evaluators, and they were just as excited as us.
They were, yep. Just they're living off their high from yesterday as well. You know, again, just talked about the quality they saw, and we're super excited to see what's yet to come today and how things will shake out here at the end of the day and we get ready to select the top 5. So, yep.
Yeah, of course, we got some colored cattle in the first class. That's
Why
what
not?
we came for.
Why not? But no white lead straps.
Certainly a pleasure to be back here. A big day yesterday. Good cattle in each one of those breeds, and obviously things that become challenging, but we're very comfortable and excited for today. And appreciate, first and foremost, I want to tell the Iowa Beef Expo staff, I know that they probably get harped on a little bit about things and changing this and changing that, but I want to tell you I appreciate each one of you that came and packed the ring and got this put back together this morning, and I know that the exhibitors will as well. We don't have to harp on that too much. Done a great job, a beautiful facility, and we can only get so hard whenever you do that. And we start off good with a good set of steers, a good trio of steers. Smoke steer is going to resemble what we like in terms of just length of body, body shape. He's a wide-built calf whenever you get in behind him. I like that calf's joints from the profile. He's maybe a little coarse in his right hind if you get in behind him there and just study the shape of his hock, but I think that's getting pretty nitpicky on him. Real good calf to win this class. Beautiful built black steer. Real good neck and length of body, length of hip is good. Shape's real good in that calf. He's a little tied up in terms of his rear rib and flank, and we want to loosen him up off the front side of his skeleton. Smoke steer's loose built and nice from the side. Steer just needs more power whenever you get right there and behind him. Just needs to be a little stouter. Good set of them. Congratulations.
Good set of them for sure there, and we're off to a good start here on Sunday morning. I mean, if you remember Class 1 from last year, I think we're setting the bar a little higher on our crossbred steer drive.
No doubt about that.
Hey, ask and you shall receive. Young lady
There's
hit
the white
ring
lead
with
strap.
a
We're
white
looking
lead
for one of those.
strap. You betcha.
Mark that off my bingo card.
Hello. Looks like we have 2, 4, 6, 7 calves hitting the ring in this particular drive.
Color. Very nice looking calf there.
Looks like we had a few touch-ups around the ring here overnight. Patched a few
Yeah, I
holes
heard
maybe.
Brad was talking about there were some holes, and they did the best they could to try to correct that problem. I know, I think there was just a few yesterday, didn't we see, Noel, that were slipping and sliding maybe just a little?
Just a little bit, especially coming off that ramp, and there was a few spots maybe the tan bar was just a little thin. So
What's that black and white calf, Noel? What do we got there?
that looks like it's probably a here for good if that's Miss Macy Jacobson. Remember her brother ended up having the grand champion steer here last year at the Iowa Beef Expo.
That's a good looking one.
Sharp, isn't he? Class 2 here looks like we're in the 700-pound range, 726 to 776, so 50-pound spread on these guys.
Hopefully today everybody can hear us all right out there in internet land. I know yesterday we had a little feedback and tried to get that corrected, but don't be scared to text me or Noel if you hear or know of any problems.
Did you get a good night's sleep last night?
I did. Went out and had a good meal with the crew and got to bed a little earlier than we used to down here. I know in
Yeah.
the olden days.
It's not the same as it used to be, is it?
Nope, that's all right. I feel better this morning too
That's
because
right.
of it.
That's right.
How about you?
Yeah, honestly, we ordered in last night as a family, ate in the motel room, and kind of sat down and watched a movie in bed. And kids kind of fell asleep one by one, and then shut the TV off. And I'll be honest with you, I was in bed at a good time, but I laid there awake for quite some time.
Were you
Last
too
time
excited about the cattle, thinking about them? Or?
Honestly, I was. Last time I looked at the clock, I laid there for about 3 hours before I closed my eyes, and I just kept running the steer show through my head yesterday. And
The mains, the keys, both, all
the
of it?
mains, the keys, the shars. I mean, the market heifers.
Can't forget about the char. That
Basically,
char.
class by class, I just kind of couldn't get it out of my mind and kept thinking about things. So
I don't blame you. It was awfully exciting.
it was, and I was just thinking in my head. We see the mains and the keys, and the market heifer's that good, and then what's to come today. So
Yeah, we already have one out here. It looks pretty elite, right in front of us.
yep, you can see there in your camera shot, the young lady in the green shirt. So calf Ryan's talking about that blaze face baldy there. Looks
And
like
some other nice. I mean, he's not the
that's
only
a very
one.
good class there.
Very
That
nice colored
young
calf
lady
coming
there
around
with
there.
the peach and white one turning around. I
Big
believe that's
legs and
Jake Campbell's daughter. There's
That's
a
an impressive
Corden
one.
calf. So, Neil Tapkin's son's got another In God We Trust up there in the second hole. So, I mean, a good class again, but looks like the top end is
pretty
not,
salty.
not letting up for quality at all day.
Well, once again, a big, huge thank you to the Premier Corporation for donating the money so we can make this move.
Nope, we got a loose calf, and she got
Look
it.
at that. Saves the day.
Good sportsmanship there is what we call that.
That's right.
Premier continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every.
We've talked about this before and last year and stuff, but showing this livestock, it's pretty much like a sport, isn't it?
Well, it really is. I mean, it's your hobby, it's your sport, it's the thing you're into, and if you're going to be good at it, you definitely have to be dedicated. And some people race cars, some families rodeo, some people play sports, and yeah, this is our enjoyment and our fun time, I guess, family time. And that's the thing about obviously it's a junior activity, and these kids have a livestock project to learn and grow, but it's definitely a family activity as well.
Yes, it is. We talked about that yesterday. Everybody wants to win, and that's the way it should be, but also at the end of the day, it's the memories and the family bonding and the friends you make that these kids are going to remember when they get to our age.
Yeah. We sure hope they do at least. Once again, for you guys following along at home, appreciate you signing in. This is Noel Ernst alongside my cohort Ryan Habiger. Out in the middle of the ring there, you can see coming in your screen now, that's Mr. Miles Tenyes from Illinois. He's our lead judge on the market heifer side. Coming in there right next to him now is Dylan Lemonager. He's going to be his associate here throughout the weekend. And I know we talked about it yesterday several times, but again, just appreciate what these guys are doing and the thoroughness that they have, and making sure every calf and every kid gets at least 2 or 3 looks, and they're confident with their decisions. And as you can see them, they're talking, just doing a really good job of communicating and getting these cattle placed where they're comfortable before they pull the trigger and start shooting them out the gate.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate the work they've done so far, and we're excited to see how they sort them today. like Noel just said, very thorough, giving every calf its fair look and making sure they're comfortable after they discuss with each other.
Cuss and discuss, as Miles told us yesterday.
Yep. Well, I think his point there was when he kept saying that yesterday was there's people on their side of the fence that are going to have their own opinions, and he understands that, but he just wants everybody to understand the reasoning behind his decision.
Absolutely. Yeah, like he said, at the end of the day, there's just the one winner, and, certainly you put a lot of hard work into this and disappoint if you don't win, but at least if you can get the perspective of the judge of why he did what he did, that's all you can really ask at the end of the day.
All right, looks like we're going to go with that colored calf that we were talking about. It's going to go first, and that black and white steer initially in second.
Yep, got a initial sort here, and like we said yesterday, appreciate the way these guys are working through these cattle and pulling from the top and looking for the good, looking for the quality in the livestock. Not to say that there's not a time or two where you get those cattle side by side and you take another look or walk them again and, finalize the decision, but sure like the way that these guys are sorting, looking for quality instead of negative aspects to start off with.
Mr. Zach Lear, and then Hamilton Photography, Diane is back at backdrop. And then she has representatives in the ring too, so.
Well, here we go, Class 2 of the crossbreds, and if it continues to come, I'd say it's going to be real good, and it would be what would it be expected out of the Iowa Beef Expo. Incredible quality in this particular class. Dylan and I are in agreement. The one in terms of base width and squareness, and yet still handling his spine just a shade better than this calf that ends up in 2, wider up front and wider behind than the calf in 3, then sets down with the biggest foot and circumference of bone as this young lady steer that we start with. He just resembles what we've talked about, length of body, rib cage, roundness of body, feature at his head, stoutness in terms of his arm, love the size and set of his hind leg. Steer just matches very well, blends together good, and like I said, to me, handles his spine and just his comfort of his top line just a shade better than the bronco-headed calf that ends up in 2. This guy, whenever he stops and parks, obviously is supreme showman right here. Whenever she gets him put together, that calf's neck comes up out of his shoulder. Incredible look of quality from the profile presented to an absolute T. On the move, he'll roll up in his spine, he'll push his blade forward. He's not as big-footed as what is that steer right there ahead of him. Foot size is still good, and it matches his bone, and it matches his look out front. So that calf, to me, balances still well. It's just his top line we'd like to fix, and then just out of his hip ever so slightly. I like the white calf. Dylan does too in terms of structure from the side, body dimension, and just having that soft, easy-feeding kind of look to him. He's a little ornery. That's not what's going to get him third today. He's a little narrow at his chest. He's a little narrow at his knee, and he just needs a shade of hip whenever you step right in behind him. But from the profile, that's a good feeding calf with a long reach whenever he gets out and goes. Maybe needs just a shot of bone in comparison to what he's got up high. Orange calf's moderate and soft and easy doing, a little plainer up front. Black steer's good looking, needs to be stouter and just a shade sounder. Orange steer actually end up next there, good bodied calf, a little sharp in his hock. Black steer that closes, good looking, just needs to be a little softer. Good job, awesome class.
Well, there you go, Noel. They're keeping their priorities where they were at yesterday. First thing you heard him talk about was the steer in first they felt had just a little more width and power.
Yep, base width and substance, and absolutely right. Picked right up where we left off yesterday, and that's good to see. So that young lady showing that yellow and white calf, that's about the perfect size showman for that calf too. We're kind of talked about his length and extension, and I think those things helped each other get that dude to the top of the lineup there.
Yep, 2 really nice ones.
Moving into Class 3 here in Division 1. Getting into a little bigger class again here. We're at 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 of them, looks like.
Moving right along this morning. I like it.
Yeah, they're fired up and excited. So are we. Just to follow up on my thoughts earlier, as I laid in bed last night, I just was recapping the day, as I said, and the 3 things that hit me, I guess, or it stood out to me the most was the key drive and how good that was. Both the keys and the mains. You know, the mains you could probably say was maybe a little tougher and denser from class to class in depth, but
the top end of that key deal.
The key lineup, as you remember, we talked about it. Every classman out there, we said, you could justify using that calf to win that division.
Yeah, I think you absolutely could.
Yeah. That was the one thing that stuck out to me. Next thing stuck out to me was the market heifers. Good market heifer show, a lot of quality, and again, that Class 2 in Division 3, 5, 6
Yep, those
deep
two
in there.
heifers, they came right out of the same class,
Yep.
and they rode all the way to the
And
end.
how good they were, but yet how easy it was for those guys to find that one and just roll with her all the way through. And then the third thing that, you know, a little bit different than just watching the show, but, you know, obviously we got our side done just a little quicker than our counterparts on the other side, but Mr. Tim Loudon and Chad Holkamp over there, we got done with the steer side here, and we probably talked to a few guys, and it was a good 45 minutes to an hour, I think, before we ended up walking over there and talking to those guys. We're just going to rib them a little bit about dragging the show out. And, man, we walked up there, and those guys were giddy, weren't they? Like,
they were. They were
huge
pumped
smiles
up
on their face, and they were.
Yeah,
you know,
for a couple old guys, they were. Blood was pumping.
Yeah, they were fired up. But, I mean, just the enthusiasm they had on their side of the ring, too. It was great to see because, like I said, we were excited about the steer show. They were equally as excited over on their heifer side, and as they were telling us what they saw, and we kind of told them what we saw, and they even said, hey, you know, I've been sneaking a peek over at the steer side.
Oh, yeah,
throughout
we
the
were
day."
sneaking a peek over there.
Yeah, so just it was fun to talk to those guys at the end of the day, too, and just have their level of enthusiasm
No
that
doubt.
matched up. So
No doubt.
appreciate those guys, and good talking to them.
Going back to yesterday a little bit, too, I mean, other things that stuck out to me beyond what you said. I mean, how about that Hereford steer?
Good Hereford
How about
steer.
that Charlet steer?
Yep.
There's others. I mean, there was those really deep breeds, but then some of the other
Well,
breeds that didn't have as many,
yeah,
they were still
good
really
quality. And, you know, maybe, you
represented.
know, probably not at the end of the day, not top 5 steer, but, you know, the young man with the Angus steer, that was a home raised calf.
That was
and
a nice steer.
one of the better Angus steers we've seen come through
Very
the Iowa
nice.
Beef Expo in quite a while. So,
Had some power and still
Yep.
had that look.
so yeah, it was a really good show yesterday. And
Even that mini Hereford steer, I mean, for a mini
Yeah.
Hereford division, that's
Yep.
kind of a standout.
Yep. So here again, Class 3 in Division 1. These cattle are weighing 780 to 798, so just a tight spread.
Look at the old snip nose coming at you there.
Yeah, I like that. A little extra show off there. That's I think that's Mr. Jack's Pryor. I think the Pryor family and cousins had a good day on the heifer side of the ring, it sounded like yesterday as well.
That's awesome. Remember when, was it MAB first kind of getting popular? There was a whole bunch out there
Yep.
like that, had that little
Yep.
snip.
Says that calf's worth the wait.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad I went to bed early, got a good night's rest, and I drank my coffee this morning because the stock here in this class of Angus cattle is nothing short of impressive. But with that said, for me and Brandon, I think we come to this class winner in a quite logical fashion.
How many classes we got in Division 1 here? Five?
Five, I
of them.
believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The longer these cattle are out here, the more you like her. Big feet, big bones, sound structure, comfortable on the move.
Looks like they're evaluating the business breed on the far side of the ring.
Oh, man, you know that's always going to be a good one.
One right in behind her, no, but is she, you know, plain neck by
You can get a piece of that Angus division, you pretty much can bank on going a little further usually
Yep.
nowadays.
You can carry it right on down the line.
We talked about that last year, I think, but when you and I were young bucks running around, if you won the commercial heifers, you felt pretty confident
Yeah.
going in shape and drive, and now if you win the commercial heifers,
Well, now these guys are the Angus heifer division, so tough. They're taking their Angus heifers and showing them
they're
as
putting them in the
commercials.
commercial to get them out of there, yeah.
Yeah.
the narrowest of this top three. She's probably the frailest of the ground. We'd like to amp her up in her bone a little bit. When you get off to her from a front three-quarter, when you get in behind her, you just kind of wish there was more heifer there. But man, that's a really, really nice animal.
Good class here the gentlemen are working through. And maybe not the one that just jumps out at you, but looks like the top 3 or so.
Yeah, very competitive class,
Yeah.
very competitive class.
Kind of powerhouse heifer that we have in three.
It's going to be another one of those like we talked about yesterday. The spread from the top to the bottom is just pretty thin.
Yep.
Pretty smooth. She's still pretty feminine about her neck and head. She's got a really big, full rib cage. We need to correct this one's foot shape and the way she hits the ground.
You see that steer at the end of the lineup currently. You've got the Cash family out there.
Oh, yeah. That's
Know those guys pretty well. Family that's been doing a great job.
We might be able to move this one up one spot in class. I don't think she can beat our class winner, but she can go up one spot. If we didn't have to walk them, this one
That's Garrett out there showing. His dad's name's Ryan, and I call him the Cash Man.
there you go.
two is a bold rib. She's really good.
He's a fan of the white lead halter.
It looks like it. They were not listening to you. Theirs is even a little dirty, I see.
Well,
there.
that's better. At least
Yeah, it blends in a little more. It's
not quite as
not as blinding to the eye.
aggressive to my eye. Yeah.
There you go, folks. Maybe if you got the white lead strap, maybe
Stomp it in the
dirty
dirt.
dirty that thing up a little bit.
Stomp it in the dirt before you hit the ring. You should have a little better grip that way too.
Yeah, that's right.
Deep body. She's bold. She's attractive up through her face and her head. This one wants to separate her loin when she moves. It kind of like the one right
Some discussion out here in the middle of the ring, wanting to get each other's thoughts on where they should start things off.
environments that we're going to turn these things out into cows. I kind of wonder, how much gas this one's going to have relative to her current body condition.
Talking about your cash calf there.
There we go.
The correct way she would maybe lay her back in her shoulder.
Remember when we took the bull to Denver, an old named Cash Only?
Yeah, I do.
Before we started pulling them, I was like, man, there's going to be ones that are about 5 and 6 that are really going
Kelly Birch was a fan of that bull.
Kelly Birch really appreciated the rump and hind quarter of that bull.
Yeah.
That was a Monopoly son that was probably one. I mean, he wasn't perfect, but he had to have been one of the biggest ended
He was
Monopoly
one of the
bulls.
stouter ones. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And he bred that way too. I mean, he was consistent.
Yeah, the calves were stout. He was actually bred and raised by our good friend Mark Peshek up there in Taunton, Minnesota. I know he had some calves that sold awfully well this fall for him. They were consigned, I believe.
Yep.
stouter one that comes next. She's got some foot size. She's got some bone, just like the Tucker.
That snip-nosed one, that's a cool looking dude, isn't it?
It is. It is a cool looking steer. His neck comes out top of his shoulder, and he's got the design for sure.
White one stands behind him. One of those burlier, wider structured ones they've been talking about. Maybe his angles read just a little different. See what they end up doing
Yeah,
here
you
and where
know,
they shake out.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe they'd say he isn't quite as good there right behind his blade as we heard him talk about yesterday, perhaps. I know colored cattle can be a little deceiving in that, but
The white steer circling there looks like it's the Shable girl. That's kind of up in your part of the world.
yes, it is.
Carson Ruby, 6th to Ryder Mesmore, and 7th to Kaylee
You're
Orr.
showing us the lunch menu already. You know, there's a lot of
Oh.
choices on here. What the heck should I get?
Can't go wrong. It's all good. Just put an X by everything.
There you go. Then
Tell
they'll
him you
just
doubled down.
bring it all over to me. Your turn.
Geez, thanks.
You did that to me yesterday.
I did?
Yes. Just returning the favor.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
Joey Ryman, 2nd to Michael Weaver, 3rd to Mark Will, 4th to Katie Collins.
Thank you, Jenny. Once again, shout out to Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis for doing such a great job at the Junior Beef Breeds Iowa Beef Expo here. They've made this event really
They do.
seamless and smooth
They
for
do
all
good
the
work.
exhibitors.
They've-
Absolutely, they do.
Taking good care of everybody. Once Brad's done here, they're going to give us some reasons.
A really nice calf here to start off this particular drive. The snip nose calf is just the most comfortable when you ask him to lead. He maintains his top line on the move. He's a calf that just hinges off of both ends of his skeleton with more comfort and ease off of both ends of his skeleton. Just want to see this calf come with me. If I'm getting nitpicky on this calf, when you get right in behind him, he's probably the most narrow at his base in the relation to the two here up front. I'd like to change that about him. I think he's got some time with time and maturity and manning up. I think it's going to come. But his spread, the way he holds his top line, he's squaring his hip when he's on the move. A really nice calf to start off this particular class. I like a lot of things about this smoke calf that comes in second. I like his bone. I like his foot. I like his round body shape. He's got some spread when you get it right in his loin and in his hip. He's wide at his pins. I like to change that calf on the move. He isn't as comfortable there at the center of his back. He gets a little softer behind his blade, but a really nice calf to go second in this particular class. The young lady's black steer has a ton of future. If you're asking me and Miles to feed one going into the summer or later endpoint, this is a calf that we like in terms of his structure. His blade angle's correct. He holds his top line together. He's good in his hip and his pins. We'd like to balance him up from his sheath back into his rear rib and flank. We'd like to give him maybe just a bit more bone and lay him down in his crest just a bit, but a really good feeding kind of a calf to go third in this particular class with a ton of future. Young lady's black calf that comes out next, again, a calf that's got some spread, got some hip, got some pins. He's maybe just a little bit shorter in terms of his neck length. He gets a little higher in his crest. He doesn't put some of the extras that some of those calves just in front of him did, but a really high quality calf that just needs to be relaxed in his blade, but has some really good pieces going into the summer. At first glance, I like this smoke calf here in this class. He's round in his body. He's got some spread. I like his foot, his bone. When you start to studying this calf, he's a bit more forward in his blade. He's a bit more plain at the crest of his neck. He's open at the bottom of his shoulder and a little bit plainer at his chest. His front 1/3 is what puts him here. With time and maturity, if he holds it together, that's a really, really nice calf. As we keep on coming, there's some calves here that got some body, got some structure. This calf here, we like his structure. He's got some look. He just needs more time on feed to man up. The young lady's chromed up calf that comes next needs to move better off of both ends. Got some product. Young lady's calf here, again, got some body, got some product, just needs more time on feed. And the young lady's calf that ends up next, again, just needs maturity and time, but it has some good pieces to go on into the summer.
Well, there you have it, Noel. No surprise there. That class-winning steer, they said they loved his build. Maybe not the stoutest one, and then talked about that colored calf behind his shoulder blade.
Yep, kind of saw that coming, didn't you? So, as we move into Class 4 here, Class 3 winner was Jax Pryor. Coming in the ring here, we're going to have 7 head, looks like. First one coming in your screen here down the ramp, that's Edie Axmeyer. Another color steer there.
Color, black. I never know what color to say on some of those. Okay, the first one, what are we calling that?
That's kind of like a cream to me. The second one's like a peach. Butterscotch, some guys will call them.
I like the peach butterscotch color, maybe a little better.
Yeah, a little darker is better for me as well. Looks like we have 6 head hit the ring here. Might add 1 scratch out back.
This time we'll give a shout out to our premium sponsors for the 24 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Show, Vermeer Equipment. Thank you so much to them. They put some awesome products out for the whole livestock industry. Equipment. Sungrow Feeds, another great company that I use their products about every day. And Sullivan Supply, I think anybody who shows has probably used a product or two of theirs. I imagine.
Still built the best, still handles herself skeletally the best out here. I like her squareness and true just shape.
So thank you so much to our premium sponsors.
Absolutely, couldn't do it without you, and I know everybody that's here, the exhibitors and their families, they all appreciate what you guys do, and again, especially Vermeer for, being the main driving force behind getting over here to the Jacobson Center this year. It's been a fun venue to sit through and watch the steer show in so far this weekend.
She's got some relative soundness out here amongst this crew. Shop planer maybe up front relative to your class winner. Not quite the genuine width up top as we get to sort those two, but still good kind of cattle. I like this one on the standstill for the most part. A lot of belly, a lot of body shape to her. Pretty good out through her hip. What a modifier hind leg and the way in which she handles that. She too starting to push a little more condition for her size and age.
Class 4 crossbred steers in the ring now. Got up our 800-pound cattle. These dudes are weighing 804 to 826. So again, pretty tight window between the weight of these guys.
Yeah, some true prospects out here. These calves are ones that definitely look good today, but these, as a group to me, look like ones that are just going to keep getting better.
Still nickel green on most of these and look like they have some future to them. There's just seeing your screen now, those 2 colored calves we were talking about that hit the ring first. I think we had a scratch, so maybe the That first one I don't believe is the Axmere. I think that's maybe the Amelia Nibby.
Got to comb down again, Noel, but again,
Oh.
at least it's not metal.
There you go. We won't have a, what was the young man's name? John. What was his last name? They got, State Fair had the steer that got the Scotch comb.
I remember the situation. I can't remember the name, though.
He had a good
Is that
steer.
the heavyweight steer? Division 3, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, Division 3 steer.
Well, it was Division 2, wasn't it?
2, was it 2?
Yeah, I mean, he was right in the hunt to win the deal. And then stepped on the Scotch comb backing out of the chute. Ended up getting the top 5 with his main steer. It was the same family at Pickles, wasn't it? The few years later, they came back with Pickles. Yeah. What, I can see him, my dead ring. I can see him in my eyes, but I can't think of the name.
I know him, I can't think.
It's terrible to get old.
We'll find out.
Google to the rescue.
Thank goodness for smartphones.
So as the judges again, you can see conferring there and doing a little discussing, and talking about where they want to set their priorities in this class, where they're going to set the tone to start with.
Sievers?
There you go. John Sievers.
Lots of good memories from the Iowa State Fairs and stories. One of the all-time greats has to be the young man with the goatee on his face, though.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Who was our judge that day? It was
Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy did it. Yep.
He commented on the young man's facial hair.
Yep. When he came back for the Grand Drive, he was clean shaven, wasn't he?
Smart kid. Smart kid. Worked out pretty good for him.
Yep, sure did.
And I'm sure it grew back, so.
I'm pretty positive probably did. That was a feel-good story, too. You know, that calf was kind of a deal that didn't go through a lot of traders. A young man bought him out west in South Dakota and went to a couple of fitting clinics and kind of learned how to clip, and he clipped that calf himself and fed him himself and got himself to the top of a
That's pretty
really
cool.
tough Iowa State Fair that year.
Looks like Peaches is going to lead off.
Peaches moves to the top of the
Good
lineup.
looking calf.
Looks like that's Nadine Klafke.
She does a great job. Smooth with the show stick.
Yep. Somebody was pretty smooth with the clippers, too, it looks like.
And that black steer in second, he's got the old Habiger neck on him. Woof. Like a horse up front. Just not quite as powerful as the first one there.
Nice punchy, remember? That's the word.
Yeah,
we
no,
use,
it's
punchy.
And totally different in terms of kinds between 1 and 2. The steer that we start with, we just think he's a little more appropriate in terms of his body length and the shape of his lower rib cage. Calf's just a shade wider. Whenever you get right in behind his shoulder blade, take him to his pin set and right into his twist and quarter, just a more balanced steer from the profile in terms of bone, foot, and relationship to his size. Calf comes with a little crest, a little throat, and I told Dylan, I said, to me, where I'm the most critical on him is his front end and just the structure and set of his shoulder and knee. If I could relax him and just set him back, give him a little neater look there to his head and throat, and then pick his chest up in him just a shade in a lightweight setting, all of a sudden I think he gets real good. Now, I don't want to take away from his quality. You've done an awesome job of getting him presented. I still love that steer's column of bone and his width. The skeleton's good as you get right there in his hip, and that's where he beats the black steer in 2. Superb showman gets this one put together, and once his back drops in him and his neck comes up out of his shoulder, you can't beat him in terms of his profile. Beautiful looking, his silhouette's awesome. Be hard to paint a better picture of one. Standing in behind him, that calf's the flattest in his upper rib of those two. He comes out of the back of his shoulder a little harsh and flatter. I'd like to just give him a shot of feature underneath. Calf's a rib longer. I don't mind it. He just needs some time to mass up and mature. Good calf sitting in 2. Needs a little time. Calf that's right there behind him, bold, moderate, and stout, thick and chunky. We like that about him. He comes with some shoulder. It's his hind leg that sets him 3rd. Got to just loosen him up in the way that he plants and goes behind, change the shape of his hock. Good calf from there up. Black and white steer's good looking and sound, just needs to be stouter. black steer's real pretty from the side. His ankles pop, and he's just got to loosen up in terms of his lower body, soften him up from the profile in terms of his rib cage. One that closes big and pretty, needs to be stouter and better built. Good class. Congrats to them all.
Another good class there again, as they said, and again, class winner there is Nadine Klafke, second to Carly Kinsel, that cool necked black steer. That's the young lady that showed a champion main yesterday, so
she's got a good string.
Nice pair of cattle there.
Yeah, that freaking necked one, it'll be interesting to watch as he matures.
Fun one to feed on, wouldn't he? All right, here we go, entering the ring now, Class 5, Division 1 crossbred steers. This will be our 5th and final class. Got some color there for you again, Mr. Hager.
Got the white tail head.
Think about that, you don't have to use much black paint, huh?
You do not.
Looks like the third one in there. That's our family friend, Miss Ellie Neal. Think that calf's still wet?
I bet he's dry. I bet Bucky wouldn't allow that.
Cole probably is a little more thorough than our crew was, huh?
I would imagine. They probably got up a little earlier than we did that year.
He probably went to bed a little earlier, too.
I think that particular year we maybe had a couple extra cold iced teas and stayed up a little too late.
Enjoying ourselves at the Iowa Beef Expo. Another good solid class here, looks like, from top to bottom. Some variation between the cattle.
Yeah, definitely a little more difference across the board here.
Pretty tight spread on weight, though, 838 to 848, so just 10 pounds separates these guys. Again, this is our 5th class in Division 1. This will be the last class here in Division 1, then we'll get ready to select our champion. Might be done with the crossbreds for the guys that are even done with the Angus over there.
I like it. The only bad part is the earlier I get home, means I got to go back to the barn and get things sorted out.
Yeah.
I'd rather just sit here and talk. Shout out to the family back home. My brother and one of my neighbors is covering chores and taking care of my livestock so I could come down here and do this, so thank you.
Yep, same here. We have a good family friend back home that's taking care of the sheep and watching the cows and feeding the goldfish.
That's good. Don't want to have to give them the flush.
Tell you what, goldfish are tough. At least this one is. It was one of those that you win at the county fair, you know.
Oh yeah, I remember. You remember the one I had at Grandma and Grandpa's?
Mm-hmm.
That one lived a long time.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what we named it.
Fred.
Yeah, Fred. Fred the goldfish.
Yep.
He either lived a really long time or they did a good job of swapping.
Well, no. See, there was two originally. There was Fred and Ethel. Because Grandma used to love watching I Love Lucy. And Ethel, she didn't make it quite as long. Probably a year or so. But Fred, he was I don't know, at least 6 or 7 years old.
Yeah, that was crazy.
He actually has his own gravestone in the front of Grandma's house.
Right.
There's Ellie's mom, Elisa, ringside with her fancy camera, taking some candid shots.
Yes. Shout out to Twisted Sisters Photography. They can hook you up with all your needs. I know they do a lot of senior pictures and things I always see on Facebook.
I know Elisa is always kind enough to come to the Habiger show and cover our needs there.
April 6th, is that what we said yesterday?
Sounds about right.
April 6th, everybody should come to the Kent Habiger Memorial Classic. That's in Webster City, Iowa. For those that have been, know how great of a facility we have there to use, and if you haven't been there, it's nice.
Yep, and as we were saying yesterday, kind of before we got cut off there, you know, good prizes. You guys have become famous for the prizes you give the kids, not only the champions and the winners, but you know, every kid that goes through the ring gets something good. So
that's right. Yeah. Shout out to Deanna Holmes and the Holmes family. They help us run the show, and her and her daughter and family have been mainly in charge of locating those prizes. They're always, every year it's amazing to me there's something unique that I have not seen before.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's always something new and different, something cool that people want.
She does an awesome job, and my mom always is there to help hand them out to the kids. A lot of times I believe your daughter is her assistant.
Absolutely, she loves that job. Looks like Ellie got the nod here.
Looks like it. Nice looking steer. He definitely has that power and dimension that they've been looking for. Ellie's no stranger to being up towards the top there.
No, she's had a good run. Her and her brother showed some really good ones over the years.
Champion market effort, our state fair, what, about maybe 3 years ago?
Something like that. Time flies.
Yes, it does.
On the breeding side, Class 4, Angus breeding heifers, first place, Madison
I remember
Thomason.
Bucky pulled her outside, had them pull her outside the day before the show and had me run my hands across her rib and see what I thought of her finish. I said, I'd say you're good to go, Bucky.
Right on track.
She got the slap, and they did a great job with her. Here we go with some reasons on these calves shortly.
Dylan's going to grab the mic and go here again. Getting them sorted at the bottom, make sure everybody's where they
Well, a really nice way to end the Division I Crossbred Steer Show. And the one we start off with is just so good from shoulders back. He's got the most spread up high. He's got the most shape to his twist and into his quarter. I like his feet. I like his legs. If we get critical on this calf there at the top of his neck and there at his chest, but that's getting awfully critical on one that's really high quality, that has spread, that has body shape, that has some really attractive hind leg, and moves with quality. The young man steer here in second. I really like this calf. It's hard to poke a hole in this calf. When you get to studying this calf, he's really good in everything that we ask him to do. I love his shoulder design. I love the way he attaches tie out of the top side of his neck. His body shape's good. His hind leg's good. It's when you get in behind the cattle. This calf sourced to second. I just wish there was just more of him. This calf just needs more time and maturity needs more time and maturity to favor the quality in this calf. The young man steer that ends up third in this particular drive, again, a calf that's got some spread, some dimension. I like him to use his hind leg just a little bit more attractively on the move. I like to balance him up from his rear rib into his flank. I like to just have a little bit more balance and symmetry in the way he utilizes both ends of his skeleton to move up any higher, but a high quality individual there. Young lady steer that comes third, again, a steer that's got some round rib shape. He's got big feet, big bones. He just comes to me in a few more pieces. He's fighting the halter today, and that's just part of it. But a calf that's got quality in terms of shape, in terms of body shape. He's got some attractive pieces. It just needs the time to fill in and mature up and man up to move up any higher. The big pretty steer comes next on the standstill. High quality individual that gives you a quality look. Just doesn't have enough muscle. Really high quality looking steer though. Really nice steer. The young lady's black steer again. Really nice pieces. Needs more time to man up. Would like to relax him in his blade in his knee, but a high quality one to end up there. The young lady's chromed up steer, again, needs to move better off of both ends, but has some good pieces to feed on.
All right, so the time has come for Division I.
Division 1, bring them on, here we go. Again, your Class 5 winner there was Ellie Neal, and second goes to Jack Walter. Just looking at my sheet there, 7 calves in that class. Looks like 6 of them were sired by Here I Am. So, once again, very popular sire on this side of the ring here this weekend. Class 1 winner coming back in the ring, that's Bailey McCollum. That smoky steer you see. Class 2, the yellow and white one there, that's Kenzie Campbell. Following her down the ramp with that snip-nosed one was Mr. Jax Pryor. Next calf that comes in the ring is the peachy butterscotch calf we talked about. That's Nadine Klafke. And again, right behind her coming in the ring is Miss Ellie Neal with the black steer that won Class 5 here. So
competitive lineup here.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a nice little Division I lineup here. You know, maybe as we walk through some of those earlier classes, not the depth that we've seen all the way to the bottom, but good quality cattle, and the ones that sort themselves at the top are going to be well represented out here, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Definitely have the traits the judges have been talking about, looking for that base width and rib and dimension, but still have, of course, that look and style and can get out and move.
think Miles is going to build a fort. He keeps picking up logs. I think he's
finding-
stacked
yeah.
them in the corner maybe.
He's like me. When I judge, sometimes I see a rock or whatever, and I pick
Grab
it up,
it and
throw it
get
to
it
the
out of there.
side.
That's
yeah.
right.
Last thing you want to do is see an animal step on that. Or an exhibitor, I suppose. Could
That's
easily
right. Yeah, twist an ankle,
Take,
get a
take
guy
him down.
down. Don't want to haul
And God
anybody.
forbid a judge. I mean,
Well,
whew,
yeah, we don't want to haul a
that'd be
judge
my
out of
luck.
here on a
I'd-
golf cart or anything.
I'd be the one to step and roll an ankle and fall down and embarrass myself. So what do you think here? We got, a couple that are a little more chunky and more powerful. We got a couple that are a little more extreme in their look.
Yeah. Again, when they listen to these guys and how they talk and where they put their precedence, yesterday, I'd say a couple of these maybe suit them just a little better in terms of body width and body substance, but all high quality steers. They got some good look and got a future to them. Maybe again, kind of like some of those early breeds yesterday, you lean towards some of the heavier, more mature cattle in this particular weight division. I don't know, but
Yeah, the maturity is hard to beat. Miles was talking yesterday. Dylan was kind of keeping him in line in terms of judging the cattle for today and not trying to completely project them down the road. But there's a fine line there, too. It is a prospect show.
Absolutely. And even, there's nothing to say that they have to be, he's made a comment that he's not looking for any one particular thing or trying to project, but, the calf out of that second class, he's obviously one of the lighter weight cattle, but, you just study that guy and his bone work and head work, and, he's probably not as youthful as the cattle on either side of him, just the way he's built, so the maturity might be something to his advantage in this drive, even though he's not one of the bigger frame steers.
Yeah, that could be. And that's a calf that just looks real comfortable out there, you know. He just stands there and kind of is what he is. Young lady's doing a nice job with him.
Yep, that's right. Looks like. I'm not sure if he's out of the old famous
Does it say he's out of 6 or?
I don't know if he is or not, but he's.
I know I've.
High chance of it out of that crew.
I went to their sale a couple years ago, and there was a that's right out of 6, and I had a fantasy that I was going to be able to own him, but it was just a pipe dream once the bidding started.
Yeah. So a little variation in the sires here. Looks like the Class 1 winner, that's the Here I Am, came from Kendall Bremer. Class 2 we just talked about, so that's right. As we said, Jax Pryor's snip nose calf there is worth the wait. The Klafke girl there has an In God We Trust. And then, of course, Ellie's calf's a Here I Am.
Here we go.
Well, if you folks would, please put your hands together for Division I of the Crossbred Steers. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I know that they do too. Darn sure hard work and effort. It doesn't matter, again, kind of where you set in class. Either one of those, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, just as far as the fact of working on them and trying to get them together. Division I is going to prove, again, why the Iowa Beef Expo is so good. And I think, to me, whenever you get to them, these things are burly and they're stout and they're still lightweight. A few of them look like they're probably going to set in D1 in a lot of shows. And a few of them look like they're going to get a little bigger. And so there's some different types and kinds out here, but they're real, real good. And we started with that first class, and I thought, boy, that's a good D1 smoke steer that's burly and wide and muscular. He's probably as honest right there in terms of his shape out of his shoulder as any of them. I talked about the shape of his hock and the way that he used his hind leg, and I'd like to see him just a shade more confident in the way that he goes. His pasturing's real good. He's just a little wobbly in terms of his hock and the way that he moves there, but boy, that thing is good from the side. Great big backed and great big bodied. We got into Class 2, and I thought two killers right there, man. And they're totally different in terms of their kind. This one's the moderate, thick, chunky one. That's the bigger, prettier calf that's still got some hip. This calf here just set down with more column of bone. His foot size matches him so well. Love his rib cage, his squareness of hip, And boy, whenever you set him in motion, nothing ever deviates. The way he looks there is the way that he moves as well. That's a good calf. He's got a little crest, maybe just a shade of throat right there if you're going to nitpick on him, but it matches him so well. I don't mind him having a little shoulder in front end. If they come with that horsepower behind, have that kind of feature to match it, that's a good calf. And we talked about the one in second, real pretty. Bust him open behind his shoulder, relax his spine, just a shade. This one from the profile, probably unbeatable in this setting. Awesome in terms of his look, of quality, real long neck and long in his hip and comfortable in terms of his build. His chest floor will tell you that he's a little narrow all the way through. You need to open him up right there, open him up in the shape of his body, and most specifically whenever we step right in behind him, as square and wide as he is up high, that calf's going to funnel to the ground. Both hind legs darn near come out of the same hole. If he's wider built or if he's wide enough for you, then in this division, he's the one that really you could gravitate towards in terms of his neck length and his front end. And I'm a sucker for a snip-nosed one. I think that calf's real cool. He just needs a little time to continue to mass up and mature. Orange one's great bodied. I love him in terms of his spread. Thought he was just stouter than that young ladies that end up second. Needs to be a little better off of his front end. The more that he stands here, the more he's going to tilt forward and run downhill. Not just naturally as up-headed as the calf he beat in class or the ones right in front of him, but burly built from there back. And we got a good calf that finalizes this division. Once he settles in, that calf gives you a great big look from the profile. Once he's on the move, his shoulder opens, his chest falls out of him. He doesn't just have quite the look and presence there at his crest, but from his mid-body back, that thing is burly, stout, and he still moves good. So incredible lineup in this division. My compliments to each one of these kids. I'll put the microphone in my pocket. We'll get your two out of here. But, boy, there's 3 or 4 of them that are real good. Once again, if you could, give these kids a nice round of applause. We'll get you a pair of champs.
That's right.
It's gonna be the that's right.
He
Steer.
likes the that's right.
Man, I like the way Miles broke those countdown.
Yes, I mean, just
That was good.
it tells you what he sees. I mean, they're not trying to sell you on anything. They're not trying to make you believe something that's not there. They're not trying to impress you with how smart they are, beat you over the head with something. They're just telling you what they see.
And the most complete, in my opinion, as well, steer wins it, and that's as it should be. So that steer that's second in that class has to be in contention.
Oh, absolutely. We heard him talk about him. And
Just a lot of broodiness, cowiness, soundness, just still a lot of good fundamental there. Here's your sharp fronted, here's your knee.
Checking him out from that front view.
Shape still. Like, no, she don't have quite the wolf on her that that one has, but there's still some shape. There's still some boldness to this.
And there it is.
keep them together.
Nice pair of cattle.
I just want to park her a little differently in her knee and her shoulder relative to that one. Just not as big bone.
So that does it for Division 1.
Yes, congratulations to Kenzie Campbell, Class 2 winner, and followed right up with Macy Jacobson out of Class 2. That's my hometown connection there, fellow Clark County, Osceola residents, Jacobson family. So, flip the page, moving on to Division 2.
Turn the page.
Class 6, wasting no time, hitting the ring. Got a big baldy steer here. We have, looks to be 6 entries in this class, 850 to 868.
That first steer is kind of a flashback in time. Money Talks? Or is that multiple Money Talks?
I think that's been a repeat, yeah. That's been a rerun.
We keep using these names.
Yeah, well, you want to keep them fresh in your mind.
Okay. All right, we're not getting political, I was told. My bad.
That's right.
This time I'm going to give a shout out to some of our sponsors that
please
deserve
do.
some recognition. So what I'm going to read off here is a partial listing of the Platinum Stakes Club. That's a group that all sponsor the IJBBA for the entire season here. So thank you to 212 Livestock Products, Able, Backenstead, Power Washing, Agrivision, Air Solutions Iowa Incorporated, Badger Farms and Trucking, Blueprint Cattle Company, Boyer and Core Show Cattle, Bremer Show Cattle, Bruce Indiana Jones, Bruce Supplies and Construction, Cass County Cattlemen, Champion Show Feeds, City View Farms, the Tlack family, Clinton County Cattlemen's, Cole Farms, Complete Ag Services, Empire Imagery, Eric and Kylie Totemeyer, Evans Family, and Ferguson Cattle Company. Again, that's a partial listing. Thank you to all those great sponsors. Please give them your business if you're able.
Absolutely. I need to get to that truck wash guy, don't I? How many times have we been mistaken in the parking lot, walking up to a dirty truck, and it wasn't even my truck? It was somebody else's dirty truck.
This morning at the motel, I was like, oh, you pulled the truck right in the front of the door. Ah, it's not mine.
Yeah, that's not me.
Oh.
And as we left,
They're both equally dirty.
As we left yesterday, we were walking, talking, and walked right up to what I thought was my truck, and I kind of got concerned, didn't I? I walk up, and the front fender was all dented in. I'm like, who smashed my truck?
Yeah.
We got to look
by
at it.
By the way,
my truck.
Swear jar on that, because when you saw that, Denver collect on that as well, because there was probably a cuss. I know there was cuss.
There was a cuss word, yeah.
Anyway, but yeah.
I thought somebody smashed my truck. It's happened before at the Ivy Beef Expo.
Oh, yeah.
So, good lineup here again. These 6 calves got some color in terms of chrome. Good to see the young man there in the 3rd hole out here. That's Nolan Stevenson from Oskaloosa.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
He is.
I think I need to go back up and announce the placings for Class 4 Division 1 crossbred steers. First
He's got a nice looking calf, too.
It is a good looking steer.
Second to Carly Kinsel, third to Amelia Nye, fourth.
That young man, he came up a couple times to the booth here this weekend with his feed pan, and
did he?
Filled it up with some To the Fullest, good Sungo product. So
To the Fullest.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get some of that. I don't have any of that on hand right now.
Good to know people are listening. I just got a text about somebody's truck that had been smashed at a previous Beef Expo.
Third, Lauren Phillips. Fourth, to Brady Reynolds. Fifth, to Cameron Eamstra. Sixth, to Kinsey Hendrick. Seventh, to Haley Hendrick. Eighth, Wyatt Eversole. And ninth, to Cassidy Snyder. That was places for
Nice looking black calf here at the front of this lineup.
Yep, very solid.
Looks like extra substance and bone in that dude.
Well, a really nice way to start off Division II. The black steer is just so good. When you get in behind him, he's got the most spread. He's got the most hip and twist and stifle. When you get in behind the cattle, he's genuinely wide. He's set down on a good foot and got bone work. A calf that just balances and does so many good things very, very well. The young lady's been fighting him. Finally, when he settles in, she gets him parked. She does a really nice job getting him shown. The young man steer that ends up second in this particular class, I like this calf's body shape and his moderation. He's a rib long and comes in a few pieces in his top line. Needs to be fresher there at his crest and in his chest, but a calf that's got some quality in terms of bone work and some easy doing pieces. Really high quality class, second place in this particular class. Young lady steer that ends up third, again, a calf that's got some spread and genuine width. He just needs to be more mature in his body, more mature in his bone work. He just needs to be freshened up there at his crest, but a calf that's got some quality in terms of muscle and body. I like this calf's moderation. He's the most appropriate maybe in terms of his rib shape and in terms of his length of rib. He's got a big hip, big stifle. I just like to see this calf move quite a bit better off of his rear rib or off his rear pastern and out of his hock, but a high quality calf in terms of length of rib, depth of rib, and shape of muscle. Young man's chromed up steer that comes up next. Again, a calf that's got some spread and muscle, just needs to be more mature in his body. He needs to balance up just a bit better there. The young lady steer that comes up next, again, calf that's got some feature, got some substance of foot and bone, just needs more time to mature. Really nice calf there to end up in this class.
Yep, once again, a good class there, and as the judges said, just some of those cattle just need a little extra time on feed, but definitely appreciate the quality and the build that they have. That was Class 6. That was the first class of our second division here in the Crossbred Show. Little Teat just gave us the thumbs up here. We're sending in Class number 2, which would be Class 7 of the day. Class 2 Division 2 Crossbred steers coming in the ring at the moment. See the black calf there coming in. Then we have a couple smoky steers following that. Looks like we're going to have about 7 steers in this lineup. Weight range 870 to 886. So again, just a tight spread in terms of weight variation. Again, in this class of crossbred steers. Got one balking at the gate, just a nickel, but got him over the threshold here. Again, just like to give a shout out to everybody that's helping out here this weekend. Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis, you know, the IGBBA crew and their team doing a tremendously good job. Appreciate all they do and all their hard work. And I know she's got Beth McDermott and Brad Hook up there in the booth, and you know all the people that keep track of keeping tabs of keeping score on recording the placings, and the guys out back in terms of getting cattle lined up and sent to the ring. It's a big crew, it's a big team, takes a lot of effort. So appreciate everybody and what they do, because it definitely is a volunteer deal where nobody's here because they're getting paid big bucks. They just do it because they love it and they want to provide what they can and offer the services they can to help these kids have a fun and productive weekend. So appreciate all that the IGBV does for these kids here kind of at our kickoff for the year.
Yes, we appreciate everyone involved, and it's sure been a smooth show, hasn't it?
Sure has, for sure. So far, so good.
The Cavs been coming right in and getting right through them.
Yeah, I think didn't talk to a lot of guys last night out back, but I think with the extra room and the bigger makeup arena, it's probably led to some ease and less congestion. And as you said, the cattle come right in smooth, and nobody seems to be too worked up, and we're not waiting on people, so it's been a good transition.
The second calf end's pretty burly, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the white steer of Keaton Krosskoff. And that, oh boy, there you go. Ask and you shall receive.
Oh,
just
that's
take a
right.
look. That's right, 6.
That's right.
That one is out of the
there
6.
it is.
Now,
That's
so.
I tried to buy his brother, but again, I was not even close. Be a fun cow to own, wouldn't it?
It would be. Findsight was 2020, you know. Just going to reiterate what Brad Hook just said over the mic there. If you aren't here at home, basically, you know, Diane Hamilton Photography is here. Got some candidates around the ringside her and her crew are working on, and then definitely all those backdrop pictures. So get on hamiltonphotography.com and check out, and you can see the kids that have been showing their calves. So if you're at home or you know even out back listening, just make sure you get one of those pictures. I think all the exhibitors received a coupon at check-in, even if you buy a picture from the backdrop, maybe get a candid free or something to that effect. So
awesome.
Diane does a great job and has been a long-time supporter and helper here at the backdrop at the Iowa Beef Expo.
She does good work.
She probably enjoys it back there too. A little more room for her to work at the backdrop, and
yeah, you don't have cattle circling right behind you.
Yeah, and you're not really in the middle of the show ring anymore, and it's not so cumbersome to get a calf to the backdrop like it used to be.
Yeah, that was always a spectacle almost.
Yeah, especially some of those that maybe were down the line or first show, and they
wanted to get that picture.
Had to get the picture, and the calf really wasn't wanting to go back through the ring again. And a time or two we had a little hiccup, didn't we?
We did.
Circling the ring here around the corner, you can see the young lady there in the green shirt. That's Maya Curran. That calf looks like he's got a Gretzky tag in his ear. If you're a fan of the majors, you might recognize Maya. She had exhibited the champion steer at the American Royal last fall. So
quite an accomplishment.
Quite an accomplishment. Quite a big. Looks like that's a Gretzky tag right behind her too with that great calf. Big fall for those guys. I know she's proud big sister now as well. Congratulations to Adam and Sarah and their family. They had a new addition here last fall, so
awesome.
Expanding the family. Many years left buying show steers, Adam, so congratulations.
Save up.
Sell another farm.
There goes the That's Right steer to the top. That one's ready to roll. I mean, he's had some good days at the feed
I
barn.
was say he didn't miss many meals, did he? In fact, we're going to grab the other yellow one, smoky one there to go behind him.
It's like a Here I Am steer, according to the sheet.
Look at this. Color. These guys are from Illinois. They're equal opportunity guys. They shouldn't be racist.
I know. What's wrong with the black kids?
Just kidding, just kidding. Don't,
Just a joke.
Don't send me any texts. Come on now.
It's good. It's good actually when the judges are colorblind.
That's right.
Preferences. Love the breeding pieces in this 1 and 3. She is so bold ribbed. She's so impressive when you get.
I jumped the gun there. They're still talking.
No,
about
you're
the
good.
heifer
We're,
side, but Miles has his mic out, so I thought
waiting
better.
for Ferris to finish up on the class. The Angus heifers across the street. Get an extra look here at these smoky steers on the top. Well, again, these guys are just consistent. You can just, from our angle, you just, body build and body design.
I told Miles this morning, I said, I appreciate you watching you sort through them yesterday. I said, I know exactly what to bring you. Like that, and that's what you hope for in a judge.
Right.
Like, you know what they want.
Absolutely. All right, now you're up.
Might be bolder ribbed than the one right in front.
Oh, no, we're not.
Fake news.
Fake news.
No politics. Stop that.
He went to turn his mic on.
They're just so good over there. He's just getting thorough on them all the way to the bottom of the class. That's all right.
That's good. Yep. You want to, even if you're down there towards the bottom, you want to know what they thought about him. So appreciate that. Like you said, we're in no hurry to go anywhere. So.
Second class of Division II, and again, just immense quality, little different kinds in 1 and 2. An absolute moose here to go ahead and win. I think that just incredible, first and foremost, in the way that he comes in and his joints, his feet, his legs, and the way that all is put together, just the set and slope and angle that he's got up front, and the same thing behind, and then yet still great big bones and great big feet. He's comfy at the ground. His toe spread is good. He's wide built whenever you get in behind him. His rib cage is perfect. Everything balances so well, seamless in terms of his build and design from the profile, and then yet still, like I said, he accompanies power with an incredibly good skeleton. I think this is a good calf to win this class. Very, very interesting. My compliments to her. Steer that ends up in second. He's a big, pretty calf, and he's what you'd anticipate for one in that particular size and stature of frame. He needs a shot of muscle. We thought his quality needed to be up in the top pair. Incredibly good in terms of his foot shape, his hind leg, and the way that he sets to the surface. Really a pretty neck, good-looking steer from the profile. It'll take him a minute to probably get fat and just mass up the way that they want him to, but his quality in terms of look, pattern, and hind leg will always keep that calf in the mix. Good steer there, just not stout enough to be competitive with our class winner. Love the shape of body, the extra density of skeleton in this young lady's calf. He's a little thicker at his crest, not quite as neat there in terms of his throat and his chest. The calf comes just a shade more upright up front. Still thought he was square-footed, bigger in terms of his column of bone and bigger-footed, and just rounder in terms of his rib, allowing his edge to be squarer than the black calf that's right in behind him. I thought this was still a pair, though, because the black steer's good in terms of his rib. He's big in his hip. His bone and foot doesn't match his chub up high. He comes the plainest and the most general in terms of his look ahead of his blade. He comes apart right in behind his shoulder. Got to use his spine just a shade better as we ask him to go. Black calves that come next here, pretty, good-looking steers, just need to be softer. We sort them on structure and balance from the side.
So Miles took a break there. We had kind of a escapee here at the end
There
of
we
the
got
class.
him.
But
There we got him. He
Miles-
knew where the gate was.
He did. Miles kind of shut it down there. Didn't want to get him stirred up anymore. But he went over and talked to those exhibitors at the bottom side of the class here and explained to them what he saw in their cattle. We're going to get re-racked here and level the ring up and
Just want to
head
make
into
sure
another
everybody's
class.
safe there, so that's good.
That's right. Hey, new terminology there, boy. That class winner there, moose.
He's a moose.
He was a moose.
I like it.
Yep. And again, we just, like we talked about all day and even yesterday, just the difference in those cattle and their maturity.
Yeah, that one was. Oh boy, what do we got here, Noel?
That's attractive calf. Looks like that's good as it gets. Shout out to Mark Ball Show Steers raising a good bull.
I'd say so. That's a stout one.
the Conover girl, Brooke Conover. She had a pretty nice yellow steer she brought in there yesterday.
Asking me to announce that the walkway in the bleachers is a fire lane that you are not supposed
Brad's scolding the crowd again, as he
Yep.
did yesterday, about
Some of the
fire safety.
steer jocks standing around taking in the show. They don't like to sit down, but they're in the fire lane. Fire marshal says, hey, you got to move. If we have an emergency, we got to be able to get in and out of here. So, plenty of seating, though, for
Plenty
everybody.
of seating, yep, absolutely.
Class 7 Division 2 crossbred steers first place.
We had that over at the other building as well, though. There was always people kind of congregating around in spots that they maybe shouldn't have been.
Yeah, that check-in area is always pretty full.
All right, so we are on to Class 8, which is the third class of Division 2. 6 steers in this class. Brooke Conover, Michael Illig, Carly Reed, Jarrett Lynch, Macaulay here, and Ella Heeland.
We just have one more class in this division, it looks like.
Perfect.
First place, Eliza Patchen. Second to Brady Young. Third, Elise Engall. Fourth to Campbell Thomas. Fifth, Gracie Hirschberger. Sixth to Jackson Duffy. And seventh to Jillian Halsford. Currently in the ring, judges Brandon Callis, Ferris Simon. Going over Class 7, Angus Breeding Heifers. Only 2 divisions today, the Angus and the Crossbred.
Judge is giving them a once over here and going to give them a spin. Put them in motion, evaluate some structure. So I heard you took advantage of our early off yesterday and went and did a little sightseeing.
I did, you know. I had heard from a friend of mine about a group of lambs that he had seen, and he said they were only about 45 minutes from the fairgrounds, so you knew I couldn't help myself.
No, if they were within 2 hours, you were going to be there,
Yep,
weren't you?
Yep, he didn't steer me wrong. There's some nice ones. They're going to be selling in a online sale and show circuit. Actually, not until next month, but I'm glad he tipped me off. I will be actively bidding on a couple of those.
Perfect.
I'm not going to tell you which ones.
Wouldn't expect any less.
But no, it was fun to get out and see some sheep, even though we talked cattle all day.
Yep. That's always fun to look at livestock. In
Yeah,
general.
good livestock. It doesn't matter what species. We like them all.
I'm going to go look at some sheep tomorrow, actually, some sheep and goats. Make a little.
'Tis the season.
Tour.
Yeah, right now it's kind of prime time for that. It's crazy how in all the industries everything's gotten
Well, you
moved up
remember
earlier
when,
and earlier, but
you remember back in the day when we were first kind of starting, like, the guy didn't dare think about selling anything till March and even
Oh,
in
yeah.
April. And nowadays, you're behind the
I
ball.
remember when I was still in high school, and when I first started to buy and then resell a lamb, or trade one as they say. I went and looked at some lambs right before the Iowa Beef Expo. It was at Scartveeds outside of Ames, and I bought one. And I remember coming to the Beef Expo, telling people I bought a lamb, and everyone thought I was absolutely
Crazy.
nuts. Like
Yeah.
they'd never heard of such a thing. And now a lot of families already have their lambs bought.
Yep,
and we're at
already
the
done
Beef Expo,
shopping.
and that's a trend that continues.
Well, I remember, our first year or two of Showstock Planet, we had a booth here at the Beef Expo. I remember sitting there and talking about Stitzline and moved his sale up into February, and we just weren't
Yeah.
sure
How that
the
was
right
gonna
move or
go.
not, but
And
yeah.
now it's like you better have your sale in February.
Yep.
You're going to be left behind. And the show cattle is a very similar deal. I mean, that month of September, man.
No, it's time to be selling them, isn't it? Looks like they found your Brockle face
They
calf
did.
there, moved him towards the front of the lineup.
You did. No surprise there. That one's got some of the bells and whistles. Here we go with some reasons.
That calf's built like that Noonan Market heifer was
Yeah,
yesterday.
you're right. Very similar. Same angles, same big end, and nice front. Here goes Dylan.
Well, a really high-quality individual here to start off. When this young lady gets him standing, this one's hard to beat. I love his bone. I love the way his body's round, and it sets that tells a story for how much spread he's got up high. He's got really good length of hip, shape of hip, shape of twist and quarter, a really high quality calf, and the way he ties his neck out of the top side of his blade. If we're getting nitpicky on this calf, and me and Miles discussed it, I'd like to square his foot up a bit and make him just a little bit more secure in how he moves, but a really high quality calf. Don't want to take the quality away from this calf, because when this young lady gets him stuck, that's a really high quality individual to lead off this particular class. The young man's smoke steer, the pair of steers here is a pair of steers that we kind of decided, had some discussion on. We elected to go with the smoke steer. He's just more appropriate in the shape to his body. He's got more spread and more dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. He wants to lean just a little forward in his shoulder, runs a little bit more downhill, needs to be a little bit more mature, just kind of in the lower shape to his body, and have just a little bit more genuine width to compete with the class winner, but a really nice place to sit there in second. I can identify with a lot of things that this calf here in third has. I like his extra body in terms of just having some extra practicality. He's the most mature in terms of his condition. He's plainer at the base of his chin and at the base of his chest. He just doesn't have that extra spread that the calves just in front of him have, but a really high quality calf that could win a lot of shows just on balance and symmetry. The young lady does an absolute killer job getting him shown. Really high quality individual to be third. The young man's chromed up steer again. Got some presence, got some look, just needs to be massed up and toned up in terms of muscle, needs to have more shape to his rib. His depth of rib is good, just needs more shape. The young man's black steer again. Steer that's got some look up front. He's youthful, he's extended, just needs more mass, needs to move a little bit better off of both ends of his skeleton. And the young lady's orange steer that ends up here in this particular class just needs more time on feed. Really good pieces, got some round rib shape, just needs to move better, needs more time.
More time on feed, is that something that you use when you judge too?
Oh, yeah, possibly. More time on feed, more cheap yellow number 2 corn, and he'll be just fine down here at the road to County Fair season. So, hey, just, not to poke fun at anybody or whatever, but we had a pretty good conversation with one of our old friends here yesterday after the show was over, and, he had a steer that was in one of those really tough key classes and, ended up being at the bottom of the class, but he wasn't even mad at all. He's like, hey, this deal is so fast-paced.
So tough.
This thing is so good. We were last out of like 10 head here today, but we're still excited. We think we got a calf that's a showdown contender.
Get to the showdown. So.
Yeah, and that's like we've talked about, and like Miles Dillon talked about how good the quality is, but until you just sit here and watch it and soak it all in, like we talked about, the margin from first to last is just so tight. Especially
it's impressive, yep.
Yeah, especially in those good classes. So, we talked about yesterday, guys staying positive and having a good attitude, and those guys certainly were exuding that yesterday.
You don't want to give up. These cattle are going to change, and you're going to be in different situations with them.
Yep. Hey, that's right, 6, your favorite pedigree. You can see right there in the middle of your screen, that's Mr. Tyson Gretzka. That there is, in fact, the That's Right 6 again.
That 6 cow just gets it done. They ever saw eggs on her? I suppose they hoard them all.
Oh, I suppose they do. I don't know. You got to talk to the right guy, I guess. That calf was raised by my neighbor, Mr. Joe Piper.
Just not quite big enough. Been told that my whole life. One year we got here in third, long-sided. She's got some squareness there to her.
So this is Class 4 in Division 2. And as Ryan said, after this class concludes, we will be picking a champion out of our second division of crossbreds here. And looks like we are going to have 4 divisions of crossbred steers again this year. So after this, we'll be almost halfway home, I guess you could say, through the crossbred division.
Rolling right along.
Yeah, it's easy to sort good cattle. Again, tight window of weight here, 900 pounds to 916 pounds. So
props to the families and the kids and the show staff and everybody for having a smooth show and efficient show, and to our judges. Just makes for a good day when everything.
Well, that's the thing. It makes it easy to sort. A, when it's good cattle, and B, when you're not waiting on anything or the ring's moving smoothly and you got good help, and you can just focus on evaluating. And
right. They got
you don't have to take your time to help.
Plenty of ringmen out here. I know you and I have complained to each other before after maybe we were driving home from a show and there wasn't necessarily a ringman or any.
Or sometimes there's a whole group of, not to throw anybody on the bus, but you get to a fair and there's 20 guys stand there from the cattlemen. Oh, we're excited to see you. We're going to have a great show today. Here's all your ring help. And they're standing around the ring talking the whole time and not helping the kids.
Yep.
So.
When the judge has to twist the tail, that's an indicator that we need improvement.
I learned a long time ago from one of my mentors, and good cattleman I grew up watching and idolizing, Mr. Bob Sundquist. He was the best. He'd just a lot of times take his own ringman with him, make sure he had good help.
That's not a bad plan. There was a few times when I was a youngster, my dad took me along with him, and I was able to be the ringman, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I know there's a couple of times where he got on me for stop kind of gawking at him and thinking, you know,
you're not
do your
supposed to be
job.
judging them.
I
You're
kind
supposed to be moving
of was
them.
out there thinking I need to analyze them too, but I wasn't. Just got caught up in it.
Yep. Well, I know you and I have, like we said yesterday, put some miles on and watched each other judge and have helped each other out when the other guy's judging being ringmen. So, yeah, it always makes it nice and easy when you can just sit back and evaluate the cattle and don't have to worry about helping the kids. Looks like we grabbed hold of the Gretzky calf there and moved him to the top end of our first sift.
So that's right. Calves have been popular with these judges.
They have.
Rightfully so. Just shows again the consistency of the judges. I mean, they don't know what they're sired by.
No.
But they're sticking them right at the top.
Let's give Ferris and Simon, or Ferris and Brandon a big round of applause. Would you please today?
I think the last time I sat in the bleachers and watched you judge was up at the Clay County Fair in Spencer, Iowa, I believe.
Yeah, that's always a fun one to do.
Watched you and a couple other guys do that grand finale.
Yep.
Or however they call that, but that was pretty neat.
That was that me and Brad Smith and Dustin Smith that year?
Yep, that's right.
Yep, that was a fun week of sorting those breed cattle, and then at the end of the week they have all the breed champions come back, and then they brought Dustin and Brad back in, and we had kind of a three-man committee at the end of the week to select our champion. And good cattle.
Yeah, there was some nice ones.
Second biggest county fair in America.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Not your typical county
Everybody listening, if you haven't had a chance to go to the Clay County Fair, it's always in the fall there. It's in September.
I mean, basically it's its own state fair, really.
It really is, yeah.
If you say the word county fair,
it's not doing it justice.
No, it doesn't.
It's not your typical, I mean.
And it's so ag-based. I mean, you can,
Yep.
you know, even compared to our Iowa State Fair, the amount of machinery and equipment and livestock equipment and just the things you can see and the people you can talk to, it's still really agricultural focused.
You and I are lucky enough to get to basically kind of grow up going there.
Absolutely. Well,
our grandparents living at Spencer.
Absolutely.
We used to even get to ride our bikes around the fairgrounds in the off season.
Yes, for sure. You got to check out the lay of the land.
All right, we got them lined up. Looks like Miles is going to pull the mic on this group.
Let's talk about that. That's right, Kev. Be fun to listen to him describe this one.
Another good class, and quality's deep all the way through. We thought each one of these cattle had a purpose, and it's just probably going to depend on your priorities. No beating the blonde calf, though, up front, man. Incredible in terms of his look and seamless in his build and design from the side, and yet still husky and powerful whenever you step in behind him. Things just match on him well. That's a good calf to win this particular class. Set right in the mix of some good ones we've had so far. We'll see how good this division gets. The calf that comes next, incredible in terms of his profile. I told Dylan, that calf needs muscle. There's no doubt about it, but comparatively, he's got just as much as the other two. It's his quality in terms of build, profile, hind leg set, and foot shape that keeps him up here in the top pair. He needs more whenever you step right in behind him to be competitive with our class winner. I like this black calf. I told Dylan, in terms of his top line, he's got a big upper cage. I like the spread out of his shoulder. He flattens more in his quarter stifle and then all the way to the surface. But that calf, if he gets fat and we keep him good enough up front, his structure, his build and look from the side, again, continues him on to make a good fat steer for sure. There's pieces I love of the orange and white calf. He's probably the best rib steer of what we had relative to the calf that wins this particular class. Moderate and thick in terms of his body. He's got some shape in the mid of his back. On the move or on the stand, he'll come apart up front, twist his front foot, get a little outward in his hock, and the angle of it as you get in behind him. I want to open his pin set up and just give him more muscle. Thick-made black steer that's just too plain up front, a little more upright in terms of his shoulder and knee. A long-bodied steer here that needs a little neater look, a softer rib, and a better set to his hind leg. Good class, a real good class winner. Congratulations to him.
Real good class winner. There we go.
There's going to be an interesting division when we bring those out.
Yes, be a nice lineup. Called that one the blonde steer. So we got a few
Another
different
color.
descriptions of our colored cattle today.
Class 8 Division 2, first place.
So coming back in the ring here, we're getting ready to select our champion in Division 2 out of our first class, which is Class 6. That's Lily McClure. Right behind her with the colored up calf there, Keaton Crosskoff. That was the Moose, we called him when he won his class. Good looking Bronco face coming next. That's the Good as It Gets, shown by Brooke Conover. And then the lawn steer heading back in the ring here, shown by Tyson Gretzka.
Man, this is going to be good.
Salty group of steers there.
Currently coming in the ring right now, your Division 2 crossbred steer selection for Grand Champion.
They got these things dialed in, don't they?
Yeah, dialed in, looking good. Obviously some variation. Obviously the two, as we alluded to, the two colored cattle, the smoky steer and the blonde calf, those are full sib embryo steers, and same pedigree on those dudes, so you can see some resemblances there. Even that though, the angle we're at, I mean, look at the one, he's just pulled apart a little more and a little punchier. And
yeah, there's
body.
differences between the two siblings, there's no doubt, but they're both pretty easy to look at. And that one in between them there, man, he
stands out
has
too.
to grab your attention.
Yeah. Big old back, powerful hip in that guy.
Yeah, that one gets wider all the way back.
You ready to start betting yet, or?
I don't know. This one, if I bet, I wouldn't bet a lot because I know how much they appreciate every one of these, as do I, but I guess I don't know. Let's wait till they walk them again, if they do.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm just going to put my money on the blonde calf there at the end of the ring.
He's pretty high on that one.
From this angle and the talk we've had about the width of chest and forerib and his body design, that one there is awful impressive in that regard.
Yep, he has advantage there probably over that Bronco, right?
Yep, both the steers in front of him. Actually, all three of them, but again, take nothing away from the rest. That's just me standing here blabbing my mouth. Those guys are out there.
Yep, they're down in the ring now.
Firsthand.
As we all know, the cattle do look different when you're right on top of them.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, even from our vantage point last year up high in the crow's nest, then we got down on the ringside and how much they changed.
Some years, I think last year at the Beef Expo, we watched those guys get their hands on them. And you talked about the maturity of these cattle, and, traditionally you don't put your hands on prospect steers, but when some of these things are pushing the edge of maturity, I would like to get my hands in on them and just see what you got.
Again, not to be critical, that Bronco face steer maybe runs downhill just a nickel.
He does. He's really awesome front of, but he naturally runs down to that top of his shoulder, and like you said, doesn't have that quite as much width up through that front one third. But he's got some extreme parts.
He's got some cool parts and pieces. Be a fun one to feed on. See how he develops. I like that bull. Said that's as good as he gets. That bull's raised by Mark Ball, and he's done a tremendous job, especially on the female side of the ring, and making some
I've seen
cows that raise some really good show
really
steers.
good ones out of him.
Go ahead and read off these breeding effort classes. Class 7.
Just got a text message from a friend of mine. We could all use a 6 donor to pay the bills.
There you go.
Yeah. That's the dream of any producer, right, Noel, to find that cow that just clicks with a certain bull, or one of the dream is to have one that clicks with any bull.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's ones out there like that. But
well, there are.
Them guys flush them to different bulls, and they always have good ones.
Yep, for sure. But yeah, Joe and Tracy done a great job with that 6 cow, and Kendall's got his 960 cow now and whatnot. So I mean, there's cows out there that are proving it and standing up. And like we talked about yesterday, this business is getting so tough and it's getting so hard that just breeding a cow, an average cow to an elite AI sire just doesn't always cut it anymore. You need the consistency on both sides of the pedigree. Plus, we need to keep places like Transova in business.
Yeah, they need more, right? But, you know, we'll talk about her more later, but you and I were visiting with the exhibitor who had the champion market F for his family, the dad, this morning, and we learned a little backside story on her pedigree, and it's another one where it's out of a extremely proven mother. All right, so here we go. We're going to walk them. And I said if we walked them again, I'd throw a bet in. It won't be a big bet because, man, this is going to be one of those.
You're saving your money for sheep.
That's right. I need it. They're not any cheaper than cattle anymore. Pound for pound, they're more, I think.
Well, speaking of reproductive, things like the goats and the sheep and how that's taken off in terms of reproduction and embryo work as well, it's craziness. So you should have got your view there as those cows go straight away from us.
You might be right on your prediction, but as we move these cattle, just from our little view here on the table, that second steer, that moose is really comfortable on the move.
He is. He doesn't come right at you and go away from you with quite the width as the blonde steer, but very comfortable in terms of his stride.
So maybe
similar to what they talked about in our Division I champ. They liked how he was good and comfortable on the stance, but just as good and comfortable when they asked him to get around the ring.
So I'm going to throw one of my low denomination chips on the moose.
Gotcha. So the table's going all in on the colored cattle. Let's see what Miles says.
Here we go.
Like I've asked many times, if you would, please put your hands together for these kids out here in D2, crossbred steers at the Iowa Beef Expo. Boy, it's been fun, and it's always fun to get Dylan's mindset as well, and it's been very comfortable out here because Dylan, although maybe a bunch of you don't know who Dylan is or whatever, or even myself, but Dylan is somebody that I've always grown to just incredibly be an incredible friend. He's always been somebody that's been there for me, and we like to talk livestock. I mean, we talk every day, several times a day. Our wives probably don't appreciate it as much as we do, but we certainly enjoy each other's company, and he is a good person to kind of bounce ideas off of. What's the most interesting out here is he keeps coming back and he says, man, I don't know, I just don't have the big voice on the microphone. I don't think that should matter. The ability to see the stock is what I'm comfortable with this guy. And so it makes me comfortable out here in a deep set in D2, in a deep set in D1, in those breeds yesterday. He's been good to bounce ideas off of, and it's certainly been fun. We get into D2, and the black steer comes in, and he's good in terms of his look. He's got big shape behind. Both of us talked. His structure up front needs to be a shade better. He runs downhill just a little from the profile. We just can't get him to quite set down and just get as comfy out here as a few of these. But that's still a really good calf. What a nice class. Smoke steer, whenever that calf comes in, he's the initial, oh my. Incredible rib shape, incredible back, awesome hip. He is the best footed and the most secure in the way that he plants and goes behind. He's comfortable and athletic. He's awesome in terms of his spine. Relative to the two cattle behind him, he strengthens up better in his shoulder than this calf, and on the move, he steps back down and lays his rear spine back down in him a little smoother, goes to the surface with more circumference of bone than the orange steer. Now, from the profile, we've been talking about look, and I told you earlier, if they maybe come a little plain, I don't mind it, because if they have that power from their back and it can allow them to balance well with it, that's the kind of steer that we've talked about for the last 2 days. Incredibly good in terms of his bulk, his feature, and the way that he goes. Would we tidy him up just a shade up front to make him perfect? Absolutely, but I think that's getting real critical on that calf. Brockle-headed one standing there. If you're into long necks, he's got it, boy. Incredibly good in terms of his length, the front end, and where that sets up and out of his shoulder. He's tight-chested. He's the best in terms of where his chest floor sets relative to the lower side of his blade and sternum. That calf's good in the lower shape of his rib. He's real good in terms of his hip. The longer he stands, the more he comes apart in his top line. His shoulder blade separates away from his forerib. He gets flatter and drier in his forerib and a little flatter whenever you get up into his upper body. I change his structure ever so slightly whenever you take him down to the surface, but that calf's got some real big pieces out here. Blonde steer sets in. once he gets his back poked down in him, he's the neatest in terms of his look of the two colored calves. I like his chest floor. He's the widest up front whenever you get right in front of him. He's got a great big view whenever you get in behind him, and he's beautiful in terms of his rib shape. Dylan and I's question is on that calf, is he as mature and just stout as these other two, or at least that smoke that's right up there ahead? Is that calf's bone and foot match him as good? And one time in motion, he'll roach up just a shade in his spine, get a little rounder in terms of his hip. Once he settles in, that's one of the real neat ones we've seen in terms of pattern and presence, being real square and fresh. I like that calf in terms of his width, his look, and his pattern, and so makes the job real, real tough. Think that's a good group of them. There's some good seconds behind them that just need a little more horsepower to be competitive with these four ahead. We'll talk one more time and get you a champion in reserve. Again, if you could, let's give them a nice round of applause and show our appreciation for them. Good drive in D2.
Well, Nolan, absolutely perfect description of those cattle, wouldn't you say?
Yep, once again did a really good job of just breaking them down and telling us what they see and where they lay their preferences. And I mean, to me, 100% accurate. You know, as I look at those cattle,
that's what I like.
Exactly what
he called them right.
Yep.
And it's a close decision. You can see that.
Sure, and it ought to be. Class 2 winner.
I should have put a bigger denomination
Yeah,
chip.
you're not gonna.
After he talked to him, I thought, damn, I should have.
So the Moose wins Division 2 here. That's at that right 6, shown by Keaton Kroskoff. Yeah, you didn't win enough to pay for a sheep there.
Nope. But a win's a win, as they say.
That might be the start of your hot streak. Think we like the Blondie to go second here?
Yes,
yep.
sir.
Keep them together. Congratulations,
Brothers.
Tyson Gretzky there. Yep, keep the full sibs.
That's pretty cool.
So that's right, wins Division 1, wins Division 2 as well. So
That's a hot streak. That's what that is.
That's a hot streak. Place your bets, folks. Division 3 coming in the ring next. 6 head here.
So one thing he talked about there, we're just getting told that those two are out of the same cow, as we knew. Appreciating them let us know, though.
Yeah.
So
we're up on her.
Yeah, we're up on it.
Did our homework.
So one thing he talked about there, I think we should discuss more that I thought was really good. He talked, and first of all, he talked those cattle, in my mind, about perfect. He broke them down.
Dead on.
But he also mentioned his good friend Dylan there, that he said, oh, Dylan's maybe not as comfortable on the microphone and this and that. And I totally agree with what Miles' point of that was. I don't care either how fancy you talk on the microphone. Personally, I don't care. That doesn't impress me. Line the cattle up or the animals up the way they should be. That's the good, important part.
And yeah, and having that resource to, you and I talked about this a little bit on our drive home yesterday, just being able to have that resource and a guy to bounce ideas off and just make sure you saw everything and got all your deals. And that, that reflects to me back to last year's Iowa Beef Expo as we watched that steer show, and those two guys worked through it too. Will Coor was the lead judge, but he brought his associate with him, and again, they had an awesome rapport, and they, he kind of said the same thing. He's not maybe got the big voice and whatnot, but he was his resource, and so I think that's why we've done this at the Beef Expo and let these guys bring an associate of their choice with them. So
they've already got that relationship.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
Probably see things the same or know how each other sees things.
Sure, and you and I have had that discussion before. It's awesome the way they judge Denver, the 3-panel deal, and maybe. Those people don't see things quite the same or whatever, but that's that system. But I like this system where you have guys that can be on the same page and just have a background together, and pretty cool. So
yes, they're doing a
compliments
great job.
again to our crew, and the for those of you that don't know, when we select the judges here for the Iowa Beef Expo, that's the kids, that's the juniors at their junior meetings, getting together, putting names together, and voting on who they want to judge. So kudos to the juniors for putting a good group of names in.
Yeah, they found some good ones.
Not only on our side, but also there on the far side. I know Brandon and Ferris are doing a tremendously good job as well.
Yes, they are.
Looks like we've graduated through the Angus. On to the next breed. Maybe. Nope, that's another Angus heifer coming. Angus will show up for days, I think.
It's popular. Business breed.
The business breed. It's funny how when we started incorporated, Angus into all these other breeds, Limflex, Simmentals, and whatnot, and obviously the key females and even the main Angus now, how though that Angus breed elevated these other breeds, but then how that also elevated the Angus breed. I mean, the Angus show heifers now are just ungodly good.
Yeah, it's amazing where the Angus have gone.
So in the ring right now, class number 10 of the day. This is our first class of Division III. Have 6 calves in this particular class.
It's like 9:20 to 9:34, so another
tight group.
Small window on the poundage, 14 pounds.
Don't really want to look ahead here, but I know last year we got into some pretty big cattle there in that last class of Division IV in terms of weight. So it'll be interesting to see how big the biggest one here is today.
We'll probably start seeing those bigger ones close to lunchtime, and you start seeing steers that are closer to the finish line. It makes a guy hungry sometimes.
I should have ordered prime rib, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I didn't see that on the list.
Darn it.
Just got a nice text message from one of our mutual friends, Noel. You guys are doing a great job, enjoying listening. Thank you very much. We were hoping people wouldn't turn the volume down, but if they did,
Yeah, there's the mute buttons available if you need it, folks. So, yeah. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the text. Hope you're feeling better. I know he had kind of a long week here earlier at the breed sales, and I know he got a little down under the weather there towards the middle of the week, so hopefully you're feeling better.
Yeah, there's been some stuff going around lately, unfortunately.
You can be a proud grandpa. You got a couple youngsters helping out here. Mr. Tucker Rorick, there's helping in the ring, and
he's doing good work. They both are.
Yep, Taylor's handing out prizes, so good family there. Has been no stranger to the Iowa Beef Expo for quite some years. I'm sure Mike Sorensen, he was one of the first guys around here, I'm sure, back in the inception of this deal. And as we talked about a little bit yesterday, I think this is year 48, something like that.
You said we're getting close to that big 5-0, so that's going to be awesome.
Yeah. I know, I think the breed sales, like we started around 70, 76, 77, something like that. I don't remember the exact year, but then I think the junior show started around 79 maybe. And, I can't give you a perfect breakdown and history of that, but it's my understanding, talking to some people, this originally started when they put the junior show on the weekend. It was originally affiliated and ran by the Iowa State Block and Bridle Club.
Oh, nice.
For quite a few years there till about the late 80s, probably 86, 87 era.
I did not know that.
Maybe we can get, maybe we see some older gentlemen here in the crowd. We can maybe get a interview with one of them that might know a little better. But my first Beef Expo was 89, and I remember at that time they had started the junior beef breeds, so I think that was maybe the second or third year for that. But so yeah, we've definitely had some evolution in the junior show over the years. And
yeah, but great organization. I was fortunate to be on the board when I was a youngster. I was the president, I believe, for a couple years. Don't know how that happened. But
man, you're a man of official capacities.
Sometimes.
President of the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds. I know you were a mayor of a town in Iowa here for
That's
a short stay.
Burt, Iowa.
The mayor.
Anyone who's came to our family farm has a clue where Burt is, and most people don't. But yeah, I lived in town, and when I was a kid, I always had an aspiration to be the mayor for some reason, and I did.
You lived out your dream.
And I learned a lot. I'll tell you what, you learn a lot of things.
Right.
And appreciate the small town more after you are in that capacity.
And just because you, not you per se, but just because you have a particular title in a small town doesn't, or a big town either way, doesn't mean you're a lead or whatever. But the jobs people do, and again, just like the volunteers here, the things you do and things you're responsible for make your community great.
Well, a really nice way to start off this class. A calf that fought the halter basically the entire time, but still, when you study this calf, he's really good in terms of his balance, his symmetry. He attaches his neck really high out of the backside of his blade. He's long, extended. he's a bit, he's maybe a rib long in relation to a few of these other ones in this particular class, but he balances from his full rib into his rear rib and flank the best. He's the most comfortable in terms of the way his foot shape is and the way he utilizes his pasture when you get out and study him. He's got enough spread, he's broad, he's a really high quality calf to lead off this particular drive. The young lady's chromed up steer here that ends up in second. I like a lot of pieces about that calf. When she gets him stuck, that thing's profile is extremely wild in terms of just some of his pieces. I like his extra bone. I like his roundness of rib. I like to see that calf balance better from his full rib and heart back into his rear rib and flank. He's set just a little lower in terms of the base of his chest, but a high quality calf that comes in second. If he matures, he will rival our class winner because of his big pieces. Now, there's a lot of things to like about this black calf that comes in third. He's probably the most appropriate in terms of his rib length. He's got a lot of shape there over his loin edge and into his hip. I like his bone. I like to balance this calf up just a bit from his sheath down into his flank. I'd like to relax him there in the middle of his back, but a high-quality calf that just has a lot of room to grow and get better. Young lady's white calf, again, horsepower. That calf needs more horsepower. When you get right in behind him, he's the softest behind his blade and over his hip. But when you study this calf from the side, his foot, his bone, he's got some pieces that are really good. Just needs maturity to lend him a favor as he gets older. Young lady's black calf, structure's really good, needs more horsepower, needs to balance up just a bit in his underline, needs to set him down in his crest a little bit, but has a lot of good in terms of just structure and quality in terms of balance and symmetry from shoulders back. Young man's orange steer that ends up here in this particular class, like his round rib shape, just needs to go better off of both ends of his skeleton.
All right, so thanks to Dylan there for explaining those to us. He did a nice job.
A good class of crossbreds there. Class number 2, Division 3 is going to hit the ring now. Starting off here with
color.
Yeah, more color for you. Looks like George Sinclair there. Yep, that is.
Club calf there.
That is a nice looking dude.
He's got the big hips.
8 of them in this particular class. There's another Smoky for you, Ryan.
What color would you call that one? Smoky, you said?
Sure.
No mouse? Or
no? Maybe a little mousy. Hey, there's Mr. Mason Chow. I haven't seen him yet.
Look at that calf down his top.
Young man that's no stranger to this ring and the Iowa State Fairgrounds. He exhibited that colored calf we talked about yesterday and top 5 last year at the Beef Expo and ended up winning the Iowa State Fair.
How about the National Western?
Yeah, he hung right in there, Reserve Grand, the National Western. Good family there. Oh, got a little youngster here.
That'd be pretty cool.
Hey, that's Mr. Michael Lautner.
Oh, man. All right, calf's just feeling a little frisky. They got him there.
This is, I'm willing to guess, Michael's first Iowa Beef Expo.
That's awesome. There you go. Good job. It's hard to hang on to those big calves when you're that little.
Yeah, I know it. Obviously, the calf's not wild by any means, but he just knows he's a lot bigger than that little shaver.
Feeling his oats, as they say.
You betcha.
It's going to be a nice class.
I see a father on the side of the ring doing some texting. Might be getting a message coming in here.
He's looking at you.
Some updates.
All right, I'm going to read through some more of our awesome sponsors. Again, this is partial listing of the Platinum Stakes Club, sponsor of the IJBBA group. Fry Cattle, Gall Ag Service, The Genuine JBH Podcast, Hamilton Photography, talked about her earlier, Hair Show Cattle, Humphrey Agri Marketing, the Iowa Junior Charolais Association, Jefferson County Cattlemen, Calvert Cattle Company, Kent Thomas, Knoxville Regional Livestock Market, Lowry Seed, Brent Lowry, McLaughlin Cattle, Monty West, the Short Family, Muir Embroidery, Paulson Cattle, Gall Ag Service, Pryor Show Cattle, Purple Bound Show Feeds, the R&B Feeds, and RCL Farms. Thank you again to all of our great sponsors.
Yes, absolutely. Appreciate all you do.
Of course, our premium sponsors for the show this year are Vermeer Equipment, Sunglow Feeds, Sullivan Supply, making this possible.
Good class of steers here, and again, just an 8-pound spread from the first one to the last one. Nice uniform group of cattle.
Yeah, it's going to be fun when we get these out and moving.
Yeah. I think the top 2 or 3 in this deal will be fun to listen to these guys talk about.
Yes, it will.
Matt Lautner sporting his New World Order hat there. I heard those are not for sale.
I don't know how to get one of those. He said his son is out there probably showing an NGNG.
You betcha. Good looking Bronco face calf.
Yes. His dad got him in a tough class, though.
Yeah, you think they maybe do a little better job weighing that calf in, huh?
Wait a second. All the classes are tough.
Oh, darn it.
I forgot where we were.
His sister had awful good main steer yesterday.
Yes, she did. She did a good job with that one.
Or actually, was he a key? The yellow one was a key, right?
It was key.
Yeah, it was his cousin that showed the main, reserve main there. Yep, that's right. White calf for George Sinclair's there taking the corner. You can see coming in your screen now, that's again Mr. Mason Shallow. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was told they raised that calf themselves. Home race type of steer. Well, look at the back in that guy.
He is big, square backed, and he still comes up to a clean front. He's another one of those that gets wider all the way
Look at
through.
the bone timber under that guy.
Yep, he's got the big pipes. Really impressive to look down his backside as I can see right now.
Yep. He's got the spread up top, but boy, watch him go right away from him. He's still got some width on the bottom side of his skeleton as well.
He's going to be tough, but that calf at the front of the line is no slouch either.
Absolutely.
Same type of calf.
Calf right behind him is good.
A lot of nice steers in here. A lot of these would be fun to take home and see how they feed out.
Absolutely.
You think this is about the ideal size for our state fair candidates, about right in here?
Yeah, we're in that kind of sweet spot, I think. And, just in terms of frame size and maturity look and, weight, obviously this is kind of where you probably need to be.
We were just talking about it, and there it is, Matt.
Yep.
Matt sent a message. We did a terrible job of wing steering. We didn't say terrible. We just
ribbed him a little bit.
Yeah, could have pulled him down a little more. It's okay. Old man's out here competing.
Getting right after it.
Tough decision here.
Yeah, no surprise they're going to take a little extra time. And
a lot of good options. I'm sure they're thinking through the full placing here. There's going to be some real close calls there, probably between 3, 4, 5, 6, I would imagine.
Yep. So now again, back to that shallow calf that Dylan's eyeing there. I think that was maybe an embryo calf that they put an embryo in. I think that's out of the RCC 1 cow. If we remember yesterday, we were talking like we talked this morning at breakfast with Beaker, that champion market heifer. I think that's the same pedigree. That's steer that Mason.
So the maternal maid.
Yep.
Another cow would be nice to have in the front pasture.
Yeah, and I know you alluded to it earlier. Obviously, the champion market heifer from yesterday was that pedigree, and I think the steer that Mason's sister 2 years ago, Avery Shallow, won the Iowa State Fair with. I think that's that same pedigree. That was the year that the Shallow kids won all 3 divisions of the crossbreds at the Iowa State Fair.
This is a stout set of cattle out in front of us here. Judges are analyzing. I do not blame them.
Yep.
This could be another one of those where they might do their initial pull and they might
give them some extra time.
We've seen that
and walk
throughout
again.
the show, just because they get pulled in initial order do not count on that
Right.
till it's over.
Well, and as you said, you know, we're talking about state fair sized cattle here, and this is, you know, even for the end of the day, the show here today, this is kind of where maybe somewhere we start talking about, you know, one that can grab on and tie to and maybe win the whole show. So.
Run right to the end, yep. That white calf coming around, that's impressive animal.
He is impressive. Kudos to all these kids again, and I know a lot of work goes into it at home and feeding and preparation, but kudos to all the kids and their families, and then again, all the teams they got with them, and just the fitting and the presentation of these cattle anymore is just
high level.
Yeah, I don't, you know, it gets better and better all the time, and I just sometimes to myself wonder, what's the next thing? How are we going to make things? You know, how are we going to keep progressing and keep getting better as we present these cattle? I don't know what that answer is, but it'll be interesting to see on down the road, I guess.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Maybe with the technology and the, you know, the AI technology everybody's talking about these days, maybe one day we'll just have virtual steer shows. We won't even have to come.
Oh, my goodness.
Build your calf at home on the computer. And
they'll have AI commentators, too. You may be fired.
Yeah, we'll be out of a job.
A lot of discussion here. I'm sure they're looking at that one at the front. They're looking at that shallow steer.
Yep.
A couple other ones, but.
Yep. Good classic calves here, about 3 or 4 of them, pretty nice. Lots of discussion, maybe a little bit of cussing.
You can tell they like these cattle, and it's going to be a tough call. Makes me take my brain back to when the same young man was showing his steer at the Iowa State Fair, and the judge got down to those 2 steers in that class, the Rogers steer, and he he even kind of laughed a little bit.
Right, just chuckled.
And those 2 steers ended up getting split apart from each other later in the show.
Sure.
But at that time with those 2, he had a hard time.
Razor thin margins, like we talked about. And again, appreciate how these guys are sorting through it. And again, you know, it'd be pretty easy to just start cutting and pulling from the bottom, but these guys are looking for the positives and, you know, looking at the good things in these cattle and wanting to sort from the top and build it off a class from the top to the bottom. And as you talked about yesterday, that's the way I like to sort cattle and all livestock in general. So I certainly.
It's a nice way to do it, and you know, there's no, you know, sometimes it's the way the show's set up, but you hate to just stick a kid to the bottom and make him sit there.
Well, how many times have you seen it, whether it's a big show or a state fair or county fair or whatever, but you know, maybe there's 5 calves in the class, 4 of them are pretty good, and the one you can tell is maybe just not going to get it done.
They move him to the corner and kind of neglect him.
And they stand there for 5 minutes, you know, looking at the rest of them, and he's over there. The youngster kind of gets neglected. I just don't like to do that to the youngsters. And again, just the outlook you have, there's so much time and money and just, you know, family work involved and invested in these things.
It costs the same amount of money to feed the poorest one and the best one.
Just you want to keep a positive attitude and again, just look for the positive. Be a glass half full guy and not a glass half empty kind of guy.
We're digging in here on these top ones. These guys they're struggling with this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say struggle, but again, just
not in a negative way, but just
but being thorough.
They're debating.
They're debating.
And they're analyzing.
And I guarantee you, when they pull those top 2 over here into the lineup, however they end up going, they'll when they get them side by side, they'll give them another good scouring again, and work them over.
Checking them out from the front view, I like to see that.
Yep. And once again, sure appreciate it, because like you said, I'm in no hurry to get home and do chores, so I'll stand here all day and watch them.
They deserve the time. All right, initial pull. We're going to go with the white calf and the shallow steer.
Mowers, rakes, tedders, balers, bale processors, and mixers. They're all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. Vermeer is the proud partner of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Shows and wishes all exhibitors good luck.
You can stand. There's another one of them classes, Noel, where you can stand anywhere in this lineup and you're not going to go home feeling too bad.
Be darn proud about it.
You got beat by some good ones if you didn't win.
Yep. Mr. Lautner gets pulled in here next.
Calf's got a bright future, just needs a little more time.
Yep. Showman's got a bright future as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing him a lot.
Hair
That's a awfully nice calf in third as
Yes,
well. I mean,
absolutely.
just ran into a
Tough class.
heater.
She's much more comfortable in every sense of the word, in terms of her spine, in terms of the usage of her hind leg and feet. Yes, she's got some rough spots. No, she does not have the hair coat.
All right, so now our judges are going to come back up to the front of the line after their initial placing, and they're probably going to think and talk about it a little more.
I'm sure wouldn't expect much less, I guess.
We're going to use that one to win. I do love this one at the standstill. Awesome look of quality, good head shape. She's got some hip and some boldness to her. I just think her problem is the way she's built there.
I think it's kind of like splitting hairs on those two from where we're standing.
Yeah, and again, like you said, we can stand up here and say what we say and talk about them, and unless you're the guy there in the middle and making the decisions right on them, doesn't much matter. Because when you get the cattle that good and that sort of quality, looks like that's the Totemeyer girl there spinning in their third. Gonna wait for cows to close out this heifer show, and
Miles just kind of looked up at the table here and gave us a look like, whew.
Yeah, warmed it up.
Welcome to the show. Well, I'll tell you what, it's been an opportunity of a lifetime to be a part of it, and it's been something special to be here with Dylan and do it. And I'll tell you right now, Dylan walked up to me and I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, I think there's kind of two of them that's pretty good." And I said, "Yeah, I get that." But I said, "Well, where are we going to judge? I mean, we got to place them, unfortunately." And so the more that we talked, and as we got to them, man, look at that pair of calves right there. It's just hard to make them like that. And it doesn't matter what species you're in. It doesn't matter what you do or what you're involved in. And you can be upset being third, fourth, fifth, or whatever in some classes, but you can't be here. This is the way that I see them. And whenever I'm breaking them down personally, the white calf, the black steer, they're very eerily similar in terms of body design, hip shape, feature, in terms of their bone work. My opinion, the white calf relaxes better in his blade. He's a little more open in terms of the floor of his chest, and right there in the base of his body, he's just a shade bigger footed than what is this black calf that stands right in behind him. He's stout-headed, he's big-ribbed, he's awesome-backed, he's incredible whenever you set him out and in motion. I like that calf moving as much as I do standing. And I told Dylan, the more that I studied him, the more I studied the angle of his front end, the shape of that calf's rib, and what he puts together, yet still from the profile of being a burly calf. And whenever he gets out and in motion and takes that reach and step that he does, there ain't no way I'm beating him in this class. I think that's a hustler for sure, but he beats a good one. You get back around to this black calf, and boy, whenever I step right in behind him, buddy, I don't know where it came from, but that is the biggest back, and that is the biggest hip that I've seen. I love that calf shape out of his shoulder. In fact, he might be just a skosh bigger in terms of where he's at in the rear part or the mid part of his loin than even what that steer is that wins this particular class. To me, as he stands here, he'll tilt forward and come just a little more upright in terms of his shoulder. He's not as big right there at his knee and just as open. He's not as big in terms of his arm and his front foot as what that calf is that wins this class. But, oh, my God, whenever you step off to the profile, and I'm sorry, God, on Sunday for saying your name, but I don't mean it in vain, this calf is good. And to me, we're getting so nitpicky to call this area right here on a calf that can win probably 9.5 times out of 10. That's an incredible pair of steers. There's differences in the way that they move off their front end. That's what, to me, ends up putting that calf second. But I think he's still an incredible beast, and a good pair of them there, as good as we've seen. The steer that comes third, he ain't no slouch either. Most of these classes, that calf wins for fun. Square-backed, awesome shape, beautiful bodied, and a good hind leg. He's just not as burly as those other two. And I know that's general, but I know if you're with him or you're looking out here, you'd agree with me. Calf doesn't have as much to him as what those two did, but he's a real good steer. Buddy, I appreciate you. You hung with it. I'm proud of you, and you got a good calf. I like his shape. I love his rib cage. Steer gets a little rounder in his rump. Doesn't maybe just have the structural build underneath of what those top three steers do, but I love his length of body. I love his shape. My little buddy there did a good job of getting him back together. I'm proud of him. Steer that comes next is big bone and good ribbed, needs a shot of muscle whenever you get in behind him. Bronco-headed calf needs to be better bodied. Black steer needs to be sounder. Smoke steer's the same way. Awesome class. If you guys would, let's put your hands together for all those kids. Great class to sort.
Boys, show's on. Thank you, Miles. Couldn't have said it better myself. And
Man.
you could tell, like you said, Miles kind of gave us that look before he started talking. And those guys are tremendously excited about that class, and especially that pair of steers. You know, and obviously they're going to be competitive on down the road. We kind of remember that last year, though. We got into a group of class steers in Division III, and we thought, boy, those are going to be tough to beat. But then guess what? Here comes Division IV. So we don't know what's yet to come, but that's those two there just set the bar a little higher, didn't they?
I guess. I mean, I know it's a little cold outside, but it just got warm in here.
Take your coat off.
Wow. Impressive. He broke those cattle down.
Yeah,
Love it.
you couldn't talk him any better than that. And like he said, boy, it's a shame to have to get critical on a pair that's that
Well,
good,
yeah,
but
you hate to have to do
It
that.
is what it is, but yeah.
Wow. All right.
So, congratulations to our exhibitors there in Class 11. First place, George Sinclair. Second place to Mason Chala. Next in the ring here is Class 12. This is our third class in Division III. Another good-sized class here. 10 of them coming in at you.
Good class of big ones over here at the heifer show, and one that for me and I think for Brandon the same comes to the top.
Another nice looking group here.
Yes, sir.
Love her freshness, love her body shape. I like how shallow chested she is relative to her center part of her body. We ask her to move, she reaches off both ends of her skeleton. Like I said yesterday, I'm no expert heifer feeder, but
Looks like we have 9 in the ring. Must have one scratch somewhere along the way.
so kudos to you, real nice.
Man, this has been a fun show. This is what it's all about.
Well, yeah, and like we talked about yesterday, you know, we got excited about the mains and the keys we kept talking about, but again, like I said, I was laying in bed last night and I knew cattle that good and just
You knew the crossbreds were going to come.
what was
You knew
gonna
it.
come,
You
yep.
knew it.
This one is the pressure composition one. She's full body. We asked
And
her to
come they
punch
did.
right there. We like her better, and she's stout. Now, this one's deep body right here. She's got some punch to it.
Yeah, if
some
stuff like that doesn't get your heart rate up, then you're in the wrong
in the wrong business. Yep.
business. Yep. I remember when I was a kid, my dad sent me and Jeff Ruby down to Kirk Steerwalt's grooming clinic, and so we went and stayed in Oklahoma for a few days, and that was quite an experience for a small town boy from Burt. But one of the things Kirk told us when he gave us one of his talks was, he said, if this showing these cattle isn't what gets you excited, isn't what gets your blood pumping, then maybe you should find something else that you should put your passion, put your time into.
Exactly right, and that's the thing. If you can't get into it wholeheartedly, and can't doesn't get you excited, then find something that sure does. And that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about Tim and Chad across the way there. You know, again, they sat through a huge heifer show yesterday, but their passion, enthusiasm, and still as high as ever. So pretty cool to see that.
Yes.
Hey, we're going to circle them here as you see that yellow calf coming in your screen. Again, there's a That's Right calf. Not sure what the cow side is, but
Seen quite a few of those today.
we have.
I'm going to roll through some more of our Platinum Stakes Club sponsors here, Noel, for just a little bit. Again, this is a partial listing, and we do appreciate all of our sponsors, including Russell Livestock Market, R.W. Platson Chevrolet, Show Circuit Online Sales, Shala Family Farms, the Shanks Family, Showtimes Magazine, the Showman app that everybody's been using today and yesterday, Skellinger Farms, Sinclair Tractor, Studer Shorehorns, Stutzman Cattle, Sullivan Show Supply, one of our premium sponsors as well, Thunder Mountain LLC, Tibkin Farms, Vermeer Equipment, of course, another premium sponsor. They have some of their equipment on display here on the side of the show ring. Wade Rogers Cattle Company, Weaver Show Cattle, and Webster Cattle Company. Thanks again.
Yeah, appreciate all those guys. The first one you read there, Russell Livestock Market. Shout out to those guys, Tony and Sean. Just keep your eyes open. I'm going to haul a load of heifers down to Russell tomorrow morning. Sell a group of females there. So hopefully, it sounds like the market closed good on Friday and President's Day tomorrow. So no change in the board tomorrow. So hopefully we can hit one and sell a good group of heifers tomorrow. I know they're going to have a big sale, and those guys do a great job in Southern Iowa. So if you're needing some heifers, come to Russell, hop online, get you some good Ernst genetics.
Nice shameless plug there. hopefully
Hey.
you hit the market right.
Hey, I got to buy some sheep too. So.
Oh man, they are not cheap. Or as they say, the good sheep aren't cheap. Cheap sheep aren't as good.
There you go.
However you
That's
wanna
right.
say it. But true.
Hey,
all the species.
Yeah, speaking of sheep and speaking of the Jacobson Center here, we're in, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, coming up there mid-March, got the main event coming back to town.
Yes, right in this building.
We had a pretty good conference call this morning with Mr.
We did.
Brandon Kiesel, and
We did.
got, kind of what those guys are planning, doing the main event, and a few little minor changes, and looking to have another great live sale here. So if you're in the need for a good sheep or goat, make sure you get that one on your calendar.
Yeah, it's a fun event. It's a whole day. You can bring the family, and there's things to do. There's clinics, free clinics.
Yep, learning opportunities.
It's
lots
not
of
just
livestock
buying.
to see.
The
Lots
focus
of-
is selling the animals, but there's way more to it than
Right.
that.
Yeah, well, and you get to see all the breeders and talk to them and, learn about their programs. And then again, have a full lineup of vendors. So,
Yep.
if you
can
need
grab some supplies, get ready for
supplies,
spring.
show clothes, whatever you need, livestock equipment, they have all that here as well. So, going to be another good main event, I got a feeling, and hopefully the weather holds out for everybody. And
Yeah,
it'll be
you
a
and
fun
I will
time.
both be here, of course, and
Absolutely.
helping out a little bit.
Wouldn't miss it.
Last year, they even let me sort some of the sheep up. I
Yeah, there you go.
don't believe it.
Did a nice job on the showback, by the way.
The showback?
Yeah,
You were happy with that?
I was tickled with it, and Denver was even happier. So,
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Humphrey Ag Marketing, Iowa Junior Charolais Association, Jefferson County Cattlemen, Calvi Cattle Company, Kent Thomas, Knoxville Regional Livestock Market, Lowry C. Brent Lowry,
All right, we're getting our initial sort here.
Short Family,
looks like the first one they pulled there was Jack Plug. It's a Here I Am calf. Jack, again, no stranger to the ring here. He showed some awfully good steers over the years. Not sure where that calf came from,
Nice
but I know
looking steer.
previously he's bought some pretty good ones from the Paulson crew over there in eastern Iowa.
we're going to do another row, Russell Livestock Market,
Very attractive steer at the front there. That steer coming second. Man, he's got some pipe and got some product to him.
Yep.
Scavenger Farm, Sinclair Tractor, Studer, Shorthorn, Stutzman Cattle, Sullivan Savai, Thunder Mountain,
I think we got, we might make a little snippet here. I think we got a little candid shot taken of us
I
here
saw
by the
that.
old Twisted Sisters
I
photography.
saw that. Shout out again to Twisted Sisters. They do a great job getting those candid. It's fun to look at those candid shots. I
Yeah,
enjoy it.
you get so focused on looking at the cattle and watching the kids in the ring, you don't see all the other stuff that goes around that makes it such a fun event. And just to see the interaction with people and just little tidbits. And like you said, at the end of the day, 20 years from now, we might not remember who won the show or whatnot, but the connections you make and the friends you make and just the fun times you had, that's what's
right.
cool.
That's right.
Mr. Zach Lear's on our side of the ring, getting some candids as well here in the steer side.
You can always tell when if there's a good one kind of posed. You can look in all three of those photographers. They got
They're
the
set
camera.
up, click,
They're
click,
all
clicking.
going to town. They got the camera down on the floor.
Shout out to our camera crews as well, and
Yeah, doing
the
a nice
girls
job.
from Live Auctions are doing a great job getting the cameras panning both sides of the ring. I noticed they got quite a crew. Every few times I look up, they've switched out and keeping the girls fresh, and got a new guy on the camera. So appreciate what they've done. Appreciate the service that Margot and her entire team have offered
All right, here
here
we
throughout the whole week at the Beef
Yes,
Expo.
absolutely. We're going to get some reasons from Dylan here.
It's a really nice calf here to start off this particular drive, and I think a calf that just comes to us at fault-free. He's a steer that doesn't blow us away in any one area. He's just a really good calf that's got plenty of spread. His body shape's right. His proportions are right. He's not extra anywhere. He's just really good everywhere. Really nice place to start there in this particular class. Young man steer hits us hard in terms of bone and just feature and substance. This calf needs to go better to rival that class winner, because then if he does, that calf's extra bone, his body shape's good, really good calf. I just like to see him move better off of both ends of his skeleton, maybe lay his crest down just in him just a little bit, but that's a high-quality calf. If he moves better, he rivals and gives our class winner a hard time to get around. The young lady's black steer that comes next calf, when he comes in class, hit me hard. I like this calf on the move quite a bit. He's a steer that just balances and proportions on the move. When she gets him out and going, he's leveling his top line. A calf I'd like to balance just in terms of his underline just a bit, maybe just give him some more genuine shape in terms of his body, but a high-quality calf to end up in that particular spot. The young man's blonde calf here, a high-quality calf in terms of pieces. He just doesn't put them all together. I love his foot. I love his bone. His body shape and dimension and just balance from the side is really good. That calf needs to come with more horsepower. He needs to be just a little bit softer over his loin edge and balance just a bit better when he moves, but a high-quality calf that's got pieces, and if he continues to get better, that's going to be a really good calf going into the summer. Young man's orange steer here, again, a calf that's really, there's nothing really wrong with him in terms of the way he balances, the way we like him from the side. It's when you get him behind the cattle, he sorts himself down. There just needs to be more of him. The young lady's black calf here, got bone, got shape, got dimension, just comes at us in a few more pieces, needs to balance in his underline a bit, needs to be a little bit more comfortable off of his, out of his front end. Young lady's calf here, body, good structured, needs to have more muscle. Young man's black calf needs to be sounder. Young lady's calf just needs to have more of them, needs maturity to lend him a favor. Really nice quality calf there to end up there.
All right, another nice set of reasons there from Dylan. So he used orange on one of those.
Orange, there you go. All sorts of descriptions for those colored cattle here. Going to take a quick little break on the steer side, and judges are going to catch your breath, grab a little quick refreshment, maybe hit the men's room real fast. Looking over at the other side of the ring, if I'm not mistaken, is that maybe the champion drive, you think, in the Angus Heifer Show, looks like?
Wouldn't surprise me with what we're looking at over there.
Awful nice set of females.
Yes, it is. I see a Kasuth County exhibitor over there.
Hey, hey, hey.
Plum Creek Angus.
Looks like 12 classes in the Angus Heifer Show. Again, just haven't kept our eye on that real hard, but looks like tremendous quality in their class winners, and looks like Brandon and Ferris are having a discussion on that side as well, talking about those cattle.
But stay with us. We're not encouraging you to click over.
No,
Chad and Tim.
don't leave the steer side, for sure. You don't want to miss another set of steers like the ones we've just seen here in the last couple classes, for sure.
Speaking of Chad, I see he's even got a picture of himself out in the ring on the Vermeer ad and a quote.
Yep, he's got a testimonial out there.
He likes his Vermeer equipment. His quote's maybe not quite as comical as Jeff Bodeker's.
Mr. Jeff Bodeker's,
That's my
right.
favorite.
It's a good one. Again, thanks to all those guys at Vermeer, and I know, especially Mark Core, getting the Premier sponsorship and getting us the ability to move over here to the Jacobs Center this year. And
yeah,
again,
beautiful.
just spacious, roomy atmosphere, and everybody, I think, can view in comfort and style. And it's been a great transition.
Speaking of our supporters, I'm gonna knock out some more of these and let
All right.
everybody at home know who's helping make this possible.
Let's do it.
We got Wall Clippers.
I think, not to cut you off
go
there,
ahead.
but I think the Wall, they are donating a set of, I don't know if it's cordless or not, but donating a set of clippers to all the exhibitors, the top 5 exhibitors on both sides of the ring. So definitely appreciate that.
Awesome prize to get. Useful. We got Big Red Farms, Burns Angus, Chad and Shannon Young family, Clover Hill Cattle Company, High Stride, HW Cattle, IJBBA Families, Jackpot Jewels, Jersey Freeze Couples, Johnson County Cattlemen, Kammerer, Locke Cattle Company, Marshick Family, Southern Iowa Cattle Classic, Story County Cattlemen, Frank's Design and Boutique, Terra Products, Kent Farms, Whispering Winds Shorehorns, and Wilson Farms. Again, thank you to all those supporters of the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association, helping to make this possible, a great program for the youth. Once again, here on the market animal side, we're on a short break. And we'll be back to the action here shortly. I see our judges are making their way back into the ring.
There's a lot of future, there's a lot of promise to that one. She's one that's in contention for sure in our mind out here. Again, you don't expect to start,
Looking forward, getting the thumbs up sign there. We're going to roll the cattle in. Keep this show moving along.
Behind her again, thought she handled that class pretty handily. Just her body shape is what we like, just the broodiness of her. Still what she cooperates.
Couple colored steers here, leading things off.
And I like her at the ground in terms of foot and bone and the way she flexes there. You start to
Powerful black steer coming in front of the table here.
dynamic look she was earlier, maybe not. She starts to fall apart just a little.
And more color.
Her hip posture just a little there. Again, it's being nitpicky, and I'm going to be nitpicky, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but this is good enough to breed to be able to justify it. But that's where I change her right.
Oh, they're powerful group. Couple steers in front of me here, just super stout.
Kind of aesthetic, pleasingness that she did earlier there in the day. This one's lean, but I still
This is class 13.
opened up. She is
Class 13, Division 3, crossbreds.
one that comes around next is walking around again. One starting to tie up and tie
We got
on. It's just
8 steers in this class.
big hip, big center one. I think her proportion and balance reads very, very, very good. You get her back out here amongst a little more lean company. I can tweak her in her shoulder and knee. I can just loosen her in her spine ever so slightly, but a good kind of cattle.
It's this one.
Female that comes here out of this next class, again, she was a standout in that
Oh, just leave it alone.
to get to study two different
Just working on some audio here. We're going to try to grab an interview with our judges later.
footwork is good. Her hind leg is absolutely tremendous and awesome. There's some real hip.
All right, sorry about that, Ryan. I had to leave
No
for a
problem.
second. I was checking in with Margot. Looks like I missed another high-quality steers walking in the
There's
ring.
some
Yeah.
stout ones. I was just talking about it on here. There's some powerful steers, especially that came in there at the end of the class.
Oofta.
Judges are looking at them right now.
She actually sets back
They are wide. They have that width and dimension that they've been desiring.
whether she's standing or moving, does a lot of things there. She's free from fault. No, you got to make that gauge. That
So this is class 13 of our Division 3. This will be the
Last class.
last class. Yeah,
Last
this
class
is
of
the
division.
fourth and final class of this division. Getting some big names here that are no strangers to the market side of the steer show here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Again, some more color for you. Be interested to see how we describe these.
Yes.
Smokes, peaches, butterscotch, orange.
I'm just trying to learn. I never know what color to say.
Well, I think it's one of those things that's fairly subjective and depends on the lighting and what you see that day. Nice pair of steers here closest to us. Be on your far right side of the screen. Looks like Riley Rogers and Austin Evans there with a pair of nice looking calves.
Oh boy, this is going to be another one with some
Heaters,
close decisions.
heaters.
We love those close decisions. That's what makes it fun.
The muzzle, the foot and legs, like it all kind of matches and fits together with this one. Good in terms of her chest width, good in her body dimension, her squareness and her hip is good. Uses her hind
Those last couple steers look like they made it come and grab a sample. They might have got a sample from you at the feed booth because they got some belly.
these down the road. Is there going to be enough just at your size there and really stay competitive? But boy, today there's a lot of good in that one. That one's definitely in the hunt just the way she puts things.
Here's a fun colored one coming around the corner, kind of a peachy calf with the Hereford look to him. A little roan in there as well, bald face and roan bodied.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety of color. Pretty cool.
That's Brendan Ruzicka. That's a family we know well, the Ruzicka family.
That's right.
It's very smooth in the angle of the shoulder. She's smooth in terms of her muscle pattern. No, she's not as opened up and square as what we typically like, but you can't call that one light muscle either when you get in behind her. Maybe pushes just a little bit of chest in relation to her front end there.
This particular class, I've seen a few more people kind of crowding up to the gates
Yeah,
here on this one. They're wanting
gathering
to
up again.
see how this shakes out.
You can see in your screen the two steers around in the corner there we talked about. Boy, I mean, awesome look there from the profile you can see on the screen. Man, they coming at you. Those dudes are woofy, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Of course, they're presented to the nines as well, but they are woofy.
Because again, they're not maybe typically as cute as what they once were. At least I'm not myself.
Miles and Dylan, I don't know what they're getting paid for this deal, but they're earning their paycheck, no doubt. They're going to have some tough decisions to make.
Absolutely. But I think they're enjoying every minute of it.
They're loving it.
She just puts a lot of good together in terms of flexibility and correctness. And then we're trying to ask ourselves to stay true to type, stay true to what we like.
Well, these cattle are just like we keep seeing. They just are so good and have progressed so far in this industry. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, sitting around, didn't want to do my homework, so I'd doodle on a notepad and you draw a calf or a logo or just to draw one. And I mean, you couldn't draw them up any better.
I don't think
cattle.
you could.
And not just profile. These are three-dimensional deals too.
Coming at you, going away from you. Yeah, not just that backdrop picture. We're talking dimensional.
Putting some width in them and still keeping their skeletal function. And lady right here in front of us is going to be our champion here in the Angus division.
So as the boys sort through these steers, looks like they just made their champion Angus selection on the far side of the ring.
Miles is rubbing his face looking at these two steers. Again, I think splitting hairs type of a deal.
Yep.
You talked about yesterday from the top to the bottom of these classes, just that it's just those little minor differences, and then you get into a couple like this, and very minor differences. I mean, minor differences.
Just like that class a couple classes ago. I mean, just minute differences. But it's awesome to see that these guys are capable of seeing those things and being able to break them down. And
yeah, they got the right guys for the job here. They have been analyzing and
again, if you
cattle.
just took these two steers out of the equation and we just look at the rest of the lineup, that's a great group of calves.
Yeah, this is another one of those where we talked about you're going to get third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and you can't be mad about that because you got beat by some smokers.
Yep.
And he, in that particular class a little bit ago, Miles said the exact same thing. He's like, you're going to be third, fourth, fifth, and it's a good one. Breaking these two steers down over here.
Doing some discussion.
Pretty fun to look at.
Again, can't read lips, but just the hand gestures we're talking. Looks like we're talking about differences in their front end assembly. Shoulder
and that's what separated those other two steers in,
right.
in that class.
Yep.
Miles has been sticking to his guns. I mean,
Well, and that's the thing. It's not one class we like this, and the next class we like something different. I mean, they've been consistent and true to their type and kind. Every class, from the first class yesterday all the way through, and again following suit today. So very thorough, very good job. Can't say enough good about how those guys are evaluating these livestock for these kids here today and this weekend.
Over on the heifer side, we just concluded.
These kids are doing a great job too. I mean, calm, cool, and collected. Yeah. You got to steer like that, and you're in the hunt, and they're analyzing you to death. I mean, a lot of people be getting nervous.
I'd be shaking.
And
my stick could be a little wobbly.
Yeah, and they're getting the job done. They're sticking them. They're, most of these kids today, we're not seeing them look around looking for guidance from the outside.
Nope, they're not
getting their work done, knowing what they need to do, and staying focused on the task.
You can tell they have put the time in at home, as they've been talking about, like with athletes in practice.
Yep, practice makes
same
perfect.
Deal.
Practice makes perfect.
We're still looking at them and talking it over. They had the benefit of those two steers just happened to be next to each other when they came in the ring. So.
Right.
Steer side, class 12, Division 3, crossbred steers first place.
In a tight window there, we're 982 to 998, so
third,
weights are right in there.
To Maxwell Skellinger, fifth to Ian Spangler, sixth to Carly Shivers, seventh to
I can't even imagine what's going to happen when we get this division back out.
to Colton Schultz, and 9th, Lauren Strobe.
Okay, we've got our initial sort. Colored steer first, black steer second.
Crossbred steer.
Colored calf's doing a great job. She's doing a great job showing him there. He's not maybe wanting to cooperate a couple times just perfectly for her, but she's getting the most out of him.
I can't wait to hear what they say about those two.
Well, yeah, and I'm guessing he's going to allude something to, those two steers we saw earlier, and then now just keeping the pace and the tempo up. And
The difference could be, like you were saying, that front end assembly definitely could have been the deal breaker there. This is just like that other class. Look at that steer in third. That's a nice calf.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good calf. But you just ran into a buzzsaw, young man.
You can see on the screen there they kind of got those two.
I was telling
in
Dylan
focus for
earlier,
you.
we just get out of a couple real good classes there, and obviously had a real good pair of them a class or two ago, and we're going to see where everything sets, obviously, but this is what makes the job tough and makes you earn every penny of it, and it's not about the money. It's just obviously about being out here and being involved and just trying to do the right thing, man. And I'm telling you, again, we've got a pair of them in this division, and it's going to be one of those deals where it's just got to hit you good whenever they come back in, and it's going to be a little bit, in my opinion, unfortunate that a few calves are going to get left out in this division, but I think it's been real good. And here's what we see. There's a completely different pair of steers, and neither one of them lack in terms of shape in their hip and the mid of their back. We thought the orange steer just set up better in the floor of his chest. Thought he had a little neater look to his crest. Calf was just a shade bigger in terms of the way that he went to the surface off of his foot. Just a shade more comfortable as well. Thought his hip was just a little longer. From his hooks back to his pins, it allowed that calf to balance so well from the profile. And he's turning from a prospect into a nice fat. And that's the only thing that he and I continue to talk about. If I'm nitpicking that calf, he's a rib long. And right into his forerib and right in behind his blade, he's got muscle and he's got power. It's not an overabundance. Rib shorter right here is going to allow this calf to square up real good. Now, that's getting incredibly nitpicky on an awesome calf. You bust him one time right there. If he gets fat right up over his forerib, then I'd say that one right there is just as good as you can get. In terms of foot, bone squareness, look lines, and quality from the side, and then yet still out and in motion, good calf to win. Steer that's in second, no slouch. We spent a lot of time talking, and I like Dylan's description of this calf. Because he is a rib shorter, that steer comes down his back line with power. He's incredibly big in his hip and square in terms of his round and bold in terms of his lower hip and quarter and stifle. He's a really stout-featured kind of a steer. On the go, he's a little bit more awkward. I don't think that calf handles his rear skeleton is comfortable. I read him just a little rounder from his hooks to his pins. He's got a shade of crest, got a shade of chest, but I'm talking little things because that's an incredibly good pair of cattle. Very, very nice one sitting in two. One in third, beautiful from the side, a little more upright in terms of his joints, needs to be stouter in terms of his rib cage and bolder as you get right in behind him. Orange one's the same way, a little too straight. Gray one here, good in terms of bone and foot, needs some body and flank. Structure sorts these other three. Awesome class. Congrats to him.
Congratulations to Riley Rogers there, wins that class, and second to Austin Evans. Again, just excited to see these guys come right back around and line up against these other class winners here for our champion.
What a division.
Third division.
What a division.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
He even said already he's disappointed he's going to have to leave some of these out after the division.
So we're going to bring our class winners from Division 3 back in. Out of Class 10, which was our first class here. As we get re-racked. Stand here at the gate. Say go. Kenley Fukin enters the ring. That calf sired by Here I Am. Out of Class 2 was Mr. George Sinclair. The calf was In God We Trust. Class 12 winner, Jack Plug. Another Here I Am black steer there. And then again out of Class 13 here with the orange steer, Riley Rogers out of the class we just saw go through the ring.
And here they come.
Here they come. Here we go. Just as these guys have talked through these cattle today, and not to be biased against one color or not, but I've noticed several of these classes, especially, you know, he started in Division 1 and now are these in Division 3. These colored cattle they talk about, especially when we get lined up next to a black one for whatever reason, the extra foot size and circumference of bone, I think, has been kind of a deal breaker and one of the nitpicky things they've talked about. And for whatever reason, these colored cattle just have a little more foot size
underneath
today.
them. They just happen to today.
Belt.
Yep, and they're just really soft on the move with those big feet. He did, going back to that last class, he did get into that front third like you were talking. He talked about length. Thought that one was a nickel long, and he did use the color orange as a descriptor.
There you go.
So with all these good steers out there, the photographers, if you may notice, are
there they are.
in position. They are.
Ready to
click,
roll.
click, click, click.
Tess Mittag just came in the ring here too. She's getting all the photos for the Pulse. Appreciate what she does there at Stock Show U and keeping the Pulse updated so you guys can follow along at home as well and click over to that. See what's going on both sides of the ring at the Iowa Beef Expo.
Yep, one of our sponsors, Sullivan Supply.
I know there's some other shows going on around the country as well this weekend, so get all your results over there at the Pulse.
It's always fun to click the camera on the good ones, isn't it, Noel?
Oh, boy.
We both run our cameras from time to time, and the good ones are easier to picture, and they're a little more fun.
Yep, absolutely. Click just a few more times.
That's right.
Well, that's an awesome set of steers, and even that the second place lineup, boy, that's good cattle.
That's another, like we talked yesterday, your reserve in this division could easily come out of that second line.
Yep, for sure.
Just kind of got to see what they're going to run with here. I think there was, those two classes that kind of
a pair of steers in both
stuck
those
out,
classes,
and they paired. And
Class 2 and Class 4 here. Man, look at that shallow steer. I mean, that dude is just...
He's a freaky-looking
beast.
steer.
Like he said, you know, that's easily the biggest top, squarest loin, biggest hip calf he's seen all day yet, and certainly we get that view from this this vantage point.
They just preferred that front design on that other steer.
Yep.
A little more, and that's nitpicking, like they said. That is nitpicking.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd sure be a tough day to be the guy that was third in lineup in this particular division.
Yeah.
Because the champion reserve, obviously, you're going to get to move on, and like he just said, you know, it's tough to leave a excellent calf out of your lineup, but it's just nature of the beast.
Part of the job.
That's why we show them. That's why we do what we do.
That's right.
See, Mr. J. Bradley Hook is got off his post there.
What's he up to?
Well, he's down here nosing around in the steering.
There he is.
Getting a view of what's going on here in Division 3 as well. So. I don't know about you. I am not willing to make a wager on this
I also
particular
am not
drive.
Yep, I'm going to keep my chill. You know, I won earlier. I better just hang on to that. I've had too many trips to the casino where I get ahead and then I just give it back. So I'm just going to hang on to it.
House always wins, seems like.
That's right. The longer you play.
Got some Snapchats from some of our friends last night that were enjoying the little casino there, Prairie Meadows, up the road.
Think they put any money on Iowa State to the Final Four? Or?
Well, I don't know. If they were smart, they should have. Well, maybe not. I think you might have jinxed them.
Yeah, I probably did, but I'm just too excited about it. So.
Put the hooey on them.
Miles is looking at those two colored steers pretty intently. Well, the quality, we just keep talking about. The quality is so impressive. I understand, we talked, hey, there's probably a lot more breeding heifers showing here, but
Yep.
we're not giving up any quality. on this
No,
side.
absolutely not. And I would say, pound for pound and depth of quality in every class, I'd say maybe even stronger than the breeding heifers. I can't say that for sure because I know, like the guys said yesterday, tremendous quality in that side of the ring too, but just there's no give in the steer show.
There is not.
Got Mr. Bradley Hook here in the ring. We're going to get just a quick take from you. So you've been up there in the announcer's box. I see you crept down here and in the ring taking a look at this strong Division III. What do you see and what's your vantage
Well,
point?
the reason I'm doing that is the past years in the announcer's box, I can see the side profile.
Sure.
Now I can't. so the old steer jock in me, he's got the curiosity of coming down so I can see the profile. But yeah, it's just got increasingly stronger. Division I, Division II, Division III. What are we? Division III now.
Yeah, we're in
one
Division
more
III.
division left.
Yep.
And I got one out here I like. Now the people I've talked to on the way by, they didn't
Only
agree
one
with me, but that's all right. I'm an old man. I like them pretty, but I like them complete and sound.
You got to like
Sure.
more than one.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just hassling.
I mean, just playing the guessing game of what Miles and Dylan are going to do, but they could do, yeah, like you said, they could do about any
yeah, you
of
can go a
1,
couple
2,
different
3,
ways. Yeah.
4, 5 things.
Yeah.
Let's listen.
We're going to find out.
Thank you.
For good reasons. There's good kids, obviously, good families behind them, and good feeders, fitters, whatever it may be. But very most important thing is let's put our hands together and commend these kids. I mean, what a job well done. I woke up this morning. We walked downstairs. I told Dylan, I said, buddy, it's going to get real tough today, and we got to make the calls that in our heart, in our gut, in our mind, and what the good Lord puts to us, do exactly what we're supposed to do, and that's what we want to do. Now, with that willingness to do that, we understand that there's differences in what you folks see, and so we want to make sure that we at least describe them right. Now, we understand that you're not always going to agree. We get that, been to many shows. I'll tell you, from experience, whenever it gets quiet around a ringside, that usually means that things are pretty good. Whenever they crowd up and everybody starts looking, that means that they're probably as good as they've been. And I'd say Division III is absolutely that to a T. Take nothing away from the two out of the first class. I think they're quality cattle. I don't know that they're in the league of the two behind them. Take nothing away from the cattle out of the third class. I think they're good cattle, but they're not as big of a league as the cattle on either side of them. Breaking them down, I told you what we like about the white steer. I think his comfort level, his joints, his feet, his squareness, his power, his boldness in terms of his cage, his width, whenever you're getting behind him, to me is what that calf ends up being so good about. And I told you in that class and where we got from a standpoint of maybe he didn't just have as crisp of an edge as what did the black steer, but that's still a big back calf. His joint in terms of his front end, his knee, and his front foot just set in him, for us personally, a little bigger and just a shade stouter and just a little bit better, more angular about the front end of his body. Love that calf. We talked about the black steer. I told you where I nitpicked him, but I think he's killer good. Steer that wins the fourth class. Awesome in terms of his cage, right in the mid of his rib. I like his length of hip, and I told Dylan he balances well. I had the least faults in that steer relative to the black steer. That don't mean I don't like that calf. I thought both of these were killer good. I told you I thought this calf was a rib long. I thought he flattened more in behind his shoulder. I think that's getting real nitpicky on a dang good steer. Standing there, real good, still moves good. Black steer, big power, stout one. Awesome in terms of his cage, his length of body. There's pieces in him I like better than the orange steer. He's a little thicker right there in behind his blade. He's a little rounder in his hip, though, and I thought that calf came with some crest and chest. But I think that's getting extra nitpicky. My biggest thing was he's a bit unorthodox out here. Now you can say, well, it's the chips, and they all do it, so just leave it alone. We're judging them today. I got to use the surface that we're on. I don't see a problem with it. Good ones still handle it. He does good. I'm not saying he's bad structured by any means. That's a good calf. The areas I told you is what I'd change about him. This one stops and props, and we like him a good deal as well. So that's the way we see him. We think it's been an awesome division. We'll go out and get you a pair. Awesome. And I'm going to tell you, I'm just telling you what's on my mind. It sucks that we can only pick 2. And it's no offense to the Beef Expo. It's no offense to anybody else. But there's 4 incredibly good cattle in here. I don't know where they'd set in the top 5, but I could tell you it'd be real close from what we've seen so far, and it's been real good. Give these kids a nice round of applause one more time. We'll get you your champion reserve out of Division 3.
Well, he pointed it out again, Noel, how tough this division is, and it's going to be the Sinclair steer.
There you go. First impressions, that tough class there, and he loved that dude. Congratulations to George Sinclair and his family. Nice and God we trust steer there.
Coming around the corner here. Contention for reserve. They love that pair in class. They're going to keep them together, Noel?
Well, they sure definitely could. Wouldn't be no shocker, though, if the Rogers steers reserve either.
It's going to be a close call.
Like we said, it's a shame somebody gets left out, and he just said that on the mic as well, but just the nature of the beast, and it is what it is.
Yeah, he said it sucks. He might have to throw one in Denver's jar. I don't know if that's is that one you
have?
That
sounds marginal. That's probably a $1 word instead of $5 word.
It all adds up for it.
Yeah, that's one that the parents can say, the kids can't say. One of those type of deals. Like I told you, I have a 3-year-old at home as well, and you say those words, and they're like sponges. You say the wrong word at the wrong time, next thing you know, the 3-year-old.
I've done that before with
running around the
say it one time, and then they say it 20 times. It's amazing. All right, he's coming in on the shallow steer, getting
another look at that big old top.
Go down to the end, check out that Rogers steer again. That comparison from that rear view.
Again, I envy those guys for being able to evaluate good cattle, but I don't envy the decisions they got to make. And again, I think they've done a tremendous job of just describing what they see and being heartfelt and straightforward with what they're
telling us exactly what they're thinking. And right now they're talking to each other, conversing, making that final call.
I think we're going to keep them together, aren't we?
We are.
Yep, there we go.
Bang, bang.
Congratulations, Mason Shaw, reserving your Division 3. So, champion and reserve, Division 3 steers come out of class number 2 in that division. Again, that was George Sinclair and Mason Shaw out of class 11. Congratulations to those guys. And that's kind of an apex there, and you think, well, maybe show's over, but hey, don't forget, next class coming in, start of Division 4. If we remember last year, Division 4, the Grand Champion steer came out of that division. It was actually the last class of the day, so that's when you think you got to figure it out.
It's over.
Yeah, just when you think you got to figure it out, something else might throw a curveball at you.
But that was an awfully tough and salty division.
Absolutely.
That's what makes it fun there. So close between all 4 of those steers.
Yep. Congratulations to all 4 of those families and the crews behind those cattle, because as we know, it's not an easy task. Takes a lot of work to get here. Here's another sharp smoke steer hitting the rain.
Got the white lead strap for you and everything.
You betcha. That's LC Badger with the Business Done Right calf.
BDR.
Another truck of a calf here, black calf coming down the ramp. Is that the Lonigan girl, looks like?
Yeah, big back.
Woofta. Look at the
big
booty in that dude.
He tracks wide,
That's what I mean. They
just keep coming. It is never over.
No give up. There's no
any show in Iowa, never over till it's over.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
And, we had this discussion last year. I know we talked to Dave Geyer, stopped by, and we talked to him for a little bit. And, he's been to every show in the nation probably 4 or 5 times. And, I know he talked about, even at the Hoosier Beef Congress, his home state, just the sheer number of cattle and the good cattle they have. But like he said, there's no place like the Iowa Beef Expo in terms of quality and just the top end and what they represent.
Like you said, he'd be the guy to know. He gets to all of them. I mean, no doubt. We're biased as Iowans.
Well, absolutely.
He's from what state?
Indiana. Hoosier.
Okay.
Who's your daddy?
I've never been to Dave's. I know my dad used to go out there. I saw Mr. MLC posted a little footage of his kind of trophy room or office. It looked
Oh,
pretty
yep.
impressive.
I haven't been to Dave's either myself personally. One of my good friends in college, Mr. Chad Day, he showed some steers from Dave over the years, and I would help him at the Hoosier Beef Congress. Some of those deals, jackpots out in Indiana when I was in college, and we hit the road. And shout out to Chad. He won Denver in 2000. Got himself a big old belt buckle platter with Dave Geyer calf. So
nice. He didn't get a little pickup though, did he?
No, he did not get the David Bradford pickup. They ended that thing. It got probably pretty spendy once trucks started getting too expensive.
Here they come, round the bend. Saw Miles picked up another piece of bark there a little bit ago. He's double duty today.
I figure one of these times, these tough classes, he's going to pop on him in his mouth and start chewing on it. A little stress relief.
Over on the heifer side, new division, commercial heifer division, Division 1.
Well, you and I have never claimed to be the best clippers in the world, but we've clipped on our fair share of steers, and especially white, smoky steers, and just like that young Badger girl there. Look how smooth they got that dude. Those smoky steers are tough to clip, and they got him dialed in to the nines.
They do. It is smooth, yeah. No, I never can make them look like that. Not even close. You're not giving yourself quite enough credit, though. I was always impressed with you how fast you could get one down to where it needed to be. I mean, not offense to anyone else, and however long it takes you, But what I always thought with Noel was, man, he can get one down there where it needs to be efficiently.
Well, I grew up in an era where, not to brag or whatever, but we would, I kind of worked with Kendall and I were good friends growing up, and we traveled together, and I helped those guys. We'd take, several cattle to Kentucky Beef Expo, Iowa Beef Expo, Denver. So you got a string of 6-8 calves. You can't just sit there and fiddle around on one all day nitpicking. You gotta get to it and get your work done. So Mr. Kevin Bremer, he was on our butts, growing up, and a lot of life lessons from him over the years of being quick and efficient, and doing enough to get the job done and not wasting time and not doing too much on one you didn't need to spend the time on too. So.
Sure. Judges are giving a good analysis here on this steer in front of us. Looks like he's tagged 23, Michael Jordan.
There you go, the GOAT. Looks like that's a Rogers tag. Another tough class here as we started Division 4. This is the 1,000-pound weight bracket. Calves in this class are 1,000 pounds to 1030.
See, I just got a message. Well, you said Geyer's from Indiana. I just got a text. He's from Illinois.
Well, he's in Illinois now, Robinson. Yeah, when I was
originally okay.
I apologize. When I was at Black Hawk and when Chad and I were running around, he was out in Indiana at that time, and then he's moved back to Illinois now.
Okay,
yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Okay, I got you. Getting some more text messages. Getting some feedback here.
There,
getting
feedback.
Corrected.
Yeah, well, nobody's ever afraid to correct me, which is
here's a good text message. This one says, best market steer commentators out there. Well, there we go. I like that one.
Who is that?
From Mr. Sawyer Auto.
But who's he talking about?
Well, he's got to be talking about us.
Oh, well, thanks, Sawyer. I thought he was maybe.
Is there there's probably not a category for best of the barns commentators.
Hey, maybe there should be next year. Maybe we'll have to talk to Tess, see if we can.
Only if we're going to win.
Well, that's,
Don't set it up so that Tim and Chad would.
Well, no, we got those guys in the bag, and surely we can beat Jakey.
Oh, I would imagine. But you never know.
Jakey's a good sport. Appreciate all he does for the shows around the country, and as we talked about yesterday, him and Christy Collins did an excellent job calling the Market Steer Show in Denver this year.
Yeah, and again, it's just awesome that we have this so that the people who can't make it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, even if you didn't get to listen to us talk and entertain you, just be able to watch the cattle and watch the show online is just a great feature for everybody.
There we go. We got our initial sort. We're going color and then black.
It's one thing to see the results on the pulse in a picture. That's great as well. But
Yeah,
be
video.
able to see the cattle move in the ring and
But
watch
listen
the
to what the judges have to say.
Yep,
and
for
I mean,
sure.
like I said yesterday, I'm usually on the other end of this. I'm not on the microphone. I'm usually the guy at home that's tending to my livestock or my job and watching.
Pop the earbuds in and get your work done.
I love the AirPods. That's life changing. I got you talking into those.
Yeah, you
I've
converted me.
I think I've talked at least a dozen people into the AirPods, and they've all thanked me later.
Yep.
Like, oh man, it's life changing.
It is. Well, you know me, like I talked about yesterday, Mr. Tightwad. The first pair I got was some cheap pair at
you
dollar store or whatever.
Can't do that.
They were terrible.
Yeah, the $20 pair ain't gonna work.
No,
but
I
yeah,
stepped up and got the
have,
good ones, and they're a daily part of my
I
life
have
as well now.
multiples, so that when they die, I can pop the other ones in.
Oh, it's not that you just might leave a pair
I
somewhere
may or may
else.
not have misplaced a pair for a temporary, and then found them later.
Yeah.
I don't ever lose anything.
Nope. Car keys, wallets, nothing like that.
Thank goodness for technology. I got the tile keychains and the tile in my wallet, so I can, help myself remember where I left it.
There you go. My wife did that to my wallet as well. I'm pretty good. Don't lose it very often, but once or now and then I misplace it, and she put a tracking system on it, so if I goof up, she can find it.
And that's my excuse for never having cash, because I might misplace this for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Every time we go somewhere, I don't have any cash conveniently. Another impressive lineup.
Yep, good pair of steers there on the top side. Actually, those first 3 or 4 steers all really good again, and as they work down to the bottom of the class, so just a good group of steers. Looks like they're going to feed good.
As we've been talking here, I've been just studying those first 2 steers. I mean, minor differences again, just minor, in my opinion.
That's good. We elected to go with the extra bone, the extra mass, the extra power. That's why I have her to start. She's big footed.
I suppose that class winner they're going to say has just got a little more opened up through that front third, like they've been desiring.
Yep. Like the way his neckties in there good at the top of his
Shoots
shoulder.
out just a little nicer than the second place.
I think, again, even talked about it, just the foot size and column of bone, I think maybe has a slight advantage over that black steer in second.
I'd take either one of them home.
Ah, for sure. Price feeder cattle, I'd take the whole ring home.
Back the trailer up, boys. But the black steer do better at my house in terms of keeping it clean, and I just don't have many corn stalks left. I used them all.
So how is the transition at your house moving, dispersing from the cattle business and now fully invested in the sheep? How single, kind of putting all your focus on one species, how's that going for you?
Well, I think it was the right move in terms of management perspective, instead of trying to do too many things at once with tending to them. But we still have a few improvements we need to make on setting the place up for the sheep raising, but we're getting there. I gotta unfortunately make some calls and start looking into a little spray foaming.
Oh, more financial investments.
Yeah.
Going to walk these 2 steers here again. You see them strolling around the ring, and let the judges take another look. And
yeah, again, they're
firm up in
it's
their
not
mind
over
what they're
till
seeing.
they grab the mic and start talking, right?
It's like that black steer, maybe as he goes, wants to again just run downhill ever
yeah,
so
his
slightly.
head just doesn't naturally come out and neck as nice as that first place one. But he has some advantages too. I mean, he's stout.
Yes, he is.
From behind, and we commented when he walked in, I think, about how wide he tracks.
Yes.
And the base width, and they've been talking about that a lot, of course. He's really opened up underneath. Look at him now going away from us. Oof.
And that's, as we said, a big old booty in that dude.
Long body, smooth muscle, practical kind that comes next here in the red heifer. I think this is one that can go out and pasture and excel. Just kind of lacking some of the extras and the extra the one in front of her had. Now the last one that rounds out the class, Lover Power. She is so bold over.
They're doing a little cussing and discussing. Like we said, it's minor differences here.
Yep, for sure.
And they're taking the time to get it the way they want it. All right.
Pulling on the bark there.
There we
Here we go.
There goes the barn.
I wish I could put both these calves together to make just that easy class winner. There's pieces of them that I like, and I'm going with gut instinct. And the way that we've kept them built so far, whenever they enter the ring, the smoke hit me the hardest. In terms of just his silhouette, the way that he goes on both ends, nothing ever deviates in that calf. Even being a little longer bodied, you could say, hey, he doesn't have as much punch as the calf that's in 2 right there in the seat of his pants. And I don't disagree with you. But for a big calf like that, he's still got shape. He's still opened up. Beautiful in terms of his silhouette. Powerful in terms of his foot and the way that he goes off of it at the surface. Love the shape and angle of his forearm. He's better at his crest. He's tidier in his chest, and he's a little neater necked. That calf just stays together better as we ask him to move relative to the power calf that ends up in 2. This guy's got a whale of a hip. Great big center back, and I love his body shape. That facilitates for all the spread that he's got. Standing there, I love him. On the move, he comes in too many pieces for me. He opens in his shoulder, drops his chest, runs downhill, doesn't have the same unique look at his crest and throat line as what does the smoke steer, but still a real good calf. And it's close because he's got so much whenever you get in behind him. Black steer that's third, not a big hole in him. Good solid calf, not in the league of those 2 right ahead of him today. Good rib, short backed. Really good in terms of his lines. Get up in front of him, he's a little narrower. Same thing as you get in behind him. Calf needs a shot of foot and bone relative to his mass, but a good steer from the profile. Black and white one takes a good step. He's a little crestier and staler up front. To me, he's not just quite as good in terms of his shape out of his blade. I don't see him as good off the front side of his skeleton. I'll let structure and body mass just kind of sort these other 4. Still a good class there. Congratulations again. Awesome class to work.
There again,
well, a
once
lot
again.
of compliments again to that class, and he said he'd love to put those first 2 together, and I can see what he's talking about there.
Well, talked about that before, being able to take the good parts from a couple calves and put them together and have just an outstanding one. I think the hard part of that would be just the surgery and recovery time. I'm not sure if they'd survive and heal up.
Yeah, I don't know how that would go.
So again, that first class of Division 4, our class winner there was Elise Badger. That business done right. And second place to Kentley Lonigan. Hitting the ring now, class 15. This will be our second class in Division 4.
Got 2 more classes after this.
8 in this particular drive.
Places class 15, first breeding heifers, Division 1. First place, Allie Hyman. Second to Ashlyn Smith. Third, Brooks Courtney. Fourth, Lily Curry. Fifth to Dayton Kyle.
So I'm looking at the list of all the breeds for the show here. I'm going to have to ask. You're going to have to teach me about, I am not familiar, I'll be straight honest with you.
Lingo.
Don't know anything about that.
Yep, those are basically similar to Belt Galloways, kind of a more moderate breed that have a white belt on them generally.
We didn't have any of those, did we?
No, I think that's on the heifer side maybe. Or I think they just list everything
They just
there.
list all the potential breeds.
They might be, or I think they're doing the AOBs on the heifer side now, so you might have seen one there, but
okay.
Yeah, probably not. So, boy, here again, didn't let off the throttle much. Good class of steers here.
30 minutes after the final division winner is
Got a couple of nice smoky steers at the
Really
front
nice
of the lineup.
smokies up there.
Looks like Shallow Boy's back. There's Blaine Beatty with a good calf. Jackson Jones in the ring there with, I believe that's a Matt Lautner calf there as well.
Going to be another
Davison
deep one.
boys got a good steer there. Second from the end of the lineup. Yeah, again, just
Here's gonna
quality from top to bottom.
Another one of those where some poor kid's going to be 4th or 5th with a
good calf.
really nice steer.
Yep. What's that? Yeah. I had a walkie-talkie on Dr. Pepper. Making the circle here. Cool gray calf here with a Brocco face on him. You see in there your screen.
White lead strap.
You bet.
Look at that Bronco face. You have to
I love it.
love that. I know you do.
A little extra chrome there on Mr. Shallow steer. Not quite the color pattern of the steer he showed last year, but still has a little chrome to set him off.
Cool looking. They get those tops pretty smooth on those, man. You think they use the silver Andes? Probably not.
I think they've graduated from them.
Okay, we talked about those yesterday.
There you can see coming around the corner here, Mr. Jackson Jones got a little white on his calf's head too. I believe that's the calf that last fall was the grand champion prospect steer at the World Beef Expo.
Oh, wow. Nice calf.
Yeah.
Put a nice tail head on him.
They did. Good class of steers. There's another one with a little streak of white in his face. It all came together.
Man, good lineup.
Miles taking a look at Jackson's calf there, giving him the eye over. Got one here at the end of the lineup. There's one we see with the old attitude adjustment device.
Yep. When you need it, right?
That's right.
Sometimes they just need that little reminder that they're not allowed to just do whatever the heck they want.
Got some pig spectators in the crowd today. I see Mr. Gavin Branderhorst down there in the front row, and Jess is there with him. Jess Frazier. Those guys, I think they had a big pig sale in Marshalltown last night. I have to get his thoughts, see how the pig sales are going so far this year.
It's like everything else. I bet it's hot as a pistol.
Hot as a pistol.
Using our encouraging device on that. There we go. Get him around the corner.
Remember, we had one last year, ended up making the top 5. Real good crossbred steer. Had one of those in him.
Yep, that was a good calf. I think he was 3rd overall. I
yes,
believe.
he was. He was.
Tough choices again for these guys there.
Yep.
They're debating and analyzing where we're going to start this class.
Good class of steers.
They got a lot of good options here. Probably isn't one that maybe just hammers it.
I think they like the substance of that great calf.
They're going to start off with that World Beef Expo calf, I think, maybe.
But we pulled the gray one first.
Oh, we did. Okay, I missed that.
It's got the extra bone and substance.
Color wins.
That's Andrew Matthias, the In God We Trust.
Got that Shala calf in 3rd there. That real pretty made, maybe just not quite as opened up as the other two.
Yep. When you bring one in like he did a couple classes ago with a huge back and look like that, it's
hard to follow that.
Hard to follow up. Not to take anything away from that calf.
Right.
Just not the same package.
But it's nice to have different types in your string.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we come back in August, that might be the one that's
Yeah.
going to get the job done. You don't know.
I guess I haven't heard who's evaluating the steers.
I don't know if it's out yet, honestly.
It'd be somebody new. Mr. Rash has done it twice, right?
Yes, he
Yep,
did.
yep.
Ryan Rathman.
I'm sorry. Messed that one up. Had the right first name.
You might be put in a prediction. Who knows? Maybe that's what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
could be. He was fun to watch at the state fair both years. Did a great job with the kids. And
yep, and again, good job of talking to them.
Yep.
Mr. Lautner, how do I get one of those New World Order hats?
Just take it off his head.
It's not for sale, he says.
Right there,
not for sale.
Another good class.
class, and like the smoke steer, Dylan and I both do a bunch in terms of just his width, the skeleton, his base width at the surface. Great big turn in his cage whenever you get up on top of him. Real natural in his shape and natural in terms of his body. Still a youthful kind of a steer. He's maybe tucked up just a little shallower back there through the rear part of his cage. We could set him inward just a bit smoother right in the base of his shoulder and tie it into his forerib just a bit smoother. But I do think for sure that calf has got the most to him, handles it the best, and a great big look as you get off to the side of him. Black steer relative to black and white. It's a rib shorter. To me, it allows him to balance with symmetry from the side, but yet he still doesn't lack muscle whenever you get in behind him. He squares up better behind his shoulder than the black and white steer. He's wider in terms of his pin set, has more turn and shape to his quarter and stifle, and goes to the surface with more comfort off of his rear foot than this calf. To beat the smoke one, he still has to have more to him in terms of arm and front foot. Like to power him up as you get right into the midsection of his body, but a real good calf standing, real nice one moving. Think that calf only gets better with time. Black one's just not wanting to do it right now. I mean, and he's just getting a little uncomfy in his top and off of his rear feet. There's big pieces of him, long-necked, awesome-bodied, real good in terms of his length to center hip. He's got to hit the ground with more comfort for me. I want to strengthen him behind his shoulder. Rib longer, sways in his back, needs more pin set whenever you get in behind him, or a bigger, broader pin set whenever you get in behind him. Beautifully presented steer that comes here next. I love him from the side, deep-bodied and good-looking. His depth of body's good. His rib shape has to be better. He's the flattest in terms of muscle and the most nondescript. Whenever you step in behind him, read him a little shallow and frail in his jaw, it correlates to a calf that just needs more to him all over. Smoke Baldy here, good in terms of his cage. Love his shape behind, gets a little short in his rump, doesn't have just quite the look and presence out of his front end. Calf here next with the ring in him, just good in terms of his shape, needs to be better down his top line, comes in a few more pieces. Black one beats the orange one, just simply based on feet and legs and build. Orange one's got power, needs to be a little nicer in terms of movement. Good class for sure.
For sure, another good class.
Another
there.
strong class. Like we talked about, there's going to be a nice one standing in 4, 5, and 6 even, and there sure was.
Yep.
That steer that you love the markings, that colored steer with the Bronco head, I got a message, that one, the Hagen family shown, raised by Sewer and Hine.
Gotcha.
Good calf, down the line a little ways.
Yep. So that class there, again, Andrew Mathias wins that with his, then again, like Miles said, just big, stout, burly calf with the most substance, and still get out and move good. Good place to tie to.
Coming into class 16.
You betcha. Should be 7 head in this class. 1065 to 1095.
Second to last class of the crossbreds. Ooh, there's a big-ended one.
You betcha. Is that Miss Claire Shanks?
Looks like it.
No stranger to the IOBF Expo ring.
There's another big-ended one. Our first impression here at the table is we get to see them come right in front of us and walk right away from us, and we get to see those big backs. See how they track out from behind. As you pointed out, last year's grand overall came out of Division 4.
Yep, last class of the day.
Last class of the day.
Looking for us relative to our contemporaries out here, but for that kind of power, I think she handles it better than what we have stacked in here behind her. Snip Noseman here, there's times she can get this.
You'd think eventually there'd be a class where it's just like, well, maybe there's only a couple nicer ones in here, but
not anymore.
Doesn't happen.
No. Like we talked about yesterday, I mean, just the, if you don't do this unless you love it, unless you're passionate about it, and the expense and just to buy the calf and then to feed him and get here and just all the, not only just monetary expense, but the time involved and the things that it takes to get here. We kind of weeded out just the, the mid-level or just the hobby showman, I guess you could say. So, I mean, just a testament to the depth of these classes. The kids that are doing it and the families that are bringing them are bringing their best to town.
Check out that steer third away from us. It's a Here for Good.
Yep. That's the Van Hove bull. That's a stout rascal, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Looks like that might be Grant's daughter.
Good looking steer. Square.
Yes, he is. Okay, Tucker there, a man of many talents. Keep the ring clean and tidy for our judges.
Appreciate it. That's always a job I seem to get at the Kent Habiger Memorial Classic. I'm always the guy with the pitch for it.
You got to be good at something, man.
That's right. I know where I'm ranked. But it is an important job.
Very important.
Nobody wants to step in anything.
Well, we don't want Tyler to get poo-poo on his sneakers. So.
Right. Yep. Mr. Tyler Melrow will be our judge at the 2024 Kent Habiger Memorial Classic. That's April 6th, Webster City, Iowa.
You there, be square.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to take these calves for a walk.
I'm excited to see a couple of these come around our corner here.
That top pair is going to be some burly dudes, isn't it?
They are. Both those calves are wide. You going to put your chip on the third steer in line or the fifth steer or different steer?
I think that's the pair for me. That Brock will face maybe just a little trimmer up front.
Yeah, maybe just a little more comfortable in motion,
yeah,
perhaps.
Foot size. Again, awfully good pair of steers. Boy, that dude, young lady here in the yellow shirt, that thing is square,
I'm
isn't it?
telling
Like you said.
that's what I was saying, man. That thing is square. The end of his hip is just like
Oofta.
corner of a table almost.
Looks like they're getting ready to select the champion Division I commercial heifer on the far side of the ring. Again, for those of you following along at home, if you haven't been to the Beef Expo this year, we're proud to be over here in the Jacobson Arena. We've got a lot of room, very spacious, been very comfortable for these exhibitors and the guys here spectating in person. As you come in the east end of the arena, there's a big makeup ring there, and here on the south side, we're evaluating the steers, and over there on the north side, the boys are judging the breeding heifers. So we're on the east end here, kind of facing the west as these cattle come in the ring.
Yeah, it's been a busy weekend, and the evaluators have, again, been earning those paychecks on both sides of the ring, sorting this quality for
Absolutely.
All
Looks
right,
like
so we're
the
starting
Shrink
with
Squirrel gets the nod to start with, anyhow.
two that we kind of were landed on there in order that we talked about.
Interesting to hear him talk about that Seiko calf, just, you know, what they see in terms of power and width and squareness, because it's a wide glide.
It's amazing. Yeah, just again, maybe not as comfortable as that first steer, a couple places, but
Look at his back.
yeah, no, it's wild. All the way down.
Yeah.
Just based on how they've been talking and things, I bet that could be another situation where they mentioned standing still, he wins, moving, he doesn't. They've said that quite a few times.
Yep. Again, you can just see, look at those cattle right next to each other. Just look at the foot size right at the ground.
Yep, your bigger footed
We can
steers.
put big old fluffy legs on them, but you can't hide the foot. And
Nope.
not to take anything away from that calf, but I mean,
No, yeah,
the
that's the
Shanks
difference.
calf just has bigger paw
And that
and
fits
bigger plate.
consistently with what they've been doing.
Yep, absolutely.
All weekend. And here we go with those reasons. Miles, I believe. Oh, Dylan gets
Dylan
it.
says, let me talk about these dudes.
Well, just a really high quality individual to lead off this particular classic. This steer just does so many good things when you study him from the side. I love his extra foot and bone in relation to the calf in second. He's got a great shape to his quarter when you study him from the side. And when you get right in behind the cattle, he comes with the most spread out of the backside of his blade and in through his hip. His body shape's proportional. It's appropriate in terms of the shape to it, which tells that story for all that extra spread. He's youthful and just extended up front. He runs a tick downhill if I'm getting really critical of a really high-quality calf, but a calf that does so many good things, has a really great look, utilizes his skeleton correctly, high-quality individual to lead this particular class off. First glance, really like this calf here in second. He does a lot of things good. I like his length of body. I like his stoutness of hip. He's got some good shape and good feature about him. I'd like to tone him up in terms of his foot size. I'd like to maybe just press his chest back in him just a bit from the side, but he balances. He's got muscle. I just like to stouten his foot up, press his chest just back in him just a little bit. High quality individual to be second in this particular drive. The young man's calf that ends up third in this class got spread and muscle, got bone. Would like to tone him up in terms of his foot, maybe lay his shoulder back in him just a bit. High quality individual to be third, has spread, has power, has genuine mass, needs to be bigger footed, needs to be more agile up front. Young man's chromed up steer that comes up here next. I like this calf. When this calf gets set up, the young man does a really good job. His neck comes out of the top side of his blade correctly. He just needs to have more horsepower when you get right in behind him. He needs to balance when you study him from the side, from his heart back into his rear rib and flank. I'd like to soften him up at the ground just a bit too. Young ladies, a steer here that comes next. Balance, symmetry, structure, needs more time, needs to mass up and just bulk up, needs maturity to lend him a favor. Got muscle, needs to move better, and just needs to soften up. Really high quality class here in Division 4.
Well, you called it there, Noel. They talked about the foot size difference.
Absolutely. Again, just consistency and the way they've sorted them throughout the weekend. Just sure appreciate how they stick to their guns and don't waffle. All right, here we go. Last class of the day. Green Champion steers coming in, we think, maybe, or what?
I don't know. Let's see. We got some big stout guys coming across us here.
Big old burly rascals.
You want to talk about foot size? How about that first steer that came in the ring?
He's got it. Looks like we're up to 1,100 pounders here. 6, 7 in this class again, 1,100 to 1,150. Well, there's the Talat girl there with a big-legged white calf.
He's
white-legged calf.
He's hairy and good-looking.
First division of commercial breeding heifers is done. We're going to welcome Winston out of class number 2. It's Howie Hyman. Winston reserve out of class 3.
Lots of color again for you, Noel.
You betcha. Chrome.
Over on the steer side, class 15 in the Division 4 crossbred steer.
Hey, what's the caliber?
First place, Andrew Mathias. Second to Jackson Jones. Third to Mason Shell. Fourth to Colton Davis. Fifth to Graham Hagan. Sixth to Heidi Kipp. Seventh to Blaine Beatty. Eighth to Madison Rush. And that concludes class 15, Division 4 crossbred steer.
This time we should again recognize our premium sponsors of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo. Thank you to Vermeer Equipment. Make sure to check them out next time you're in the market for any kind of
all of your hay equipment
that you need. Sunglow Feeds, many great products from that company for all species, and Sullivan Supply. Thank you guys for your support.
Absolutely. Just read this little passage here about Vermeer again. I know we talked about it yesterday, but from the very first large round baler that they made when they started back in 1971 all the way to today, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools at every step of the hay-making processes, from mowers, rakes, tedders, and balers, the bale processors and mixers when you're getting ready to feed. They're all supported by your local dealer and backed up by Vermeer's excellent quality. They're a proud partner in the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Shows, and they do wish all of the exhibitors here throughout the weekend luck, and not only here this weekend, but throughout the rest of the summer and the show season. So, once again, thanks to all those guys at Vermeer. Appreciate what they've done for us here this weekend.
For sure. I don't want to get ahead of things here, but I'm pretty pumped up for that final drive. We're not.
It's going to be good. I'm
not that far away from it.
Looking forward to seeing whoever the eventual winner of our crossbreds here is, how it stacks up with our Key and Maine and even that Market Heifer and that good Charolais steer we saw yesterday.
It's going to be fun. Show photographers are doing a great job out there. They're getting those good candid ring shots. All right, we're getting them lined up. Big-legged black and white steers at the front.
Abby Talak there has got the nod here so far. Again, just a big burly calf with extra substance to him. Just talked to Abby's dad there as he walked by. Said that calf's out of a Superman cow, so I think they sold some full sib embryos to that dude on sale, the genetic sale they had here Friday night. So
3 or 4 different stickers.
He's about as big-legged as we've seen, isn't he?
Yep, he sure is.
And that white can be deceiving, but those are big pipes.
Big old fat legs, they say, right?
Yep, fat-legged.
Not too whatever. That calf looks like he's probably got an advantage in terms of maturity, maybe. Some of the other steers we've seen.
He's not the youngest one. Not a Mayborn.
Still fresh, though. Good looking.
Yeah, he is fresh.
Presented excellently.
Beautiful hair on that thing.
Let's see what Miles says.
I think we're about to finalize, or maybe are, just by sheer size. It looks like in this division, maybe there's another one, I'm not sure, not keeping track, just having fun. Black and white steer wins and does very handily. I don't think it takes long to figure out he's just the best one in this class and a real nice class of cattle. He's the standout. And boy, I mean, incredible gear, great big feet, great big bones, great big bodied, beautiful looking from the profile. Awesome in terms of his hip and just the shape of his lower hip and quarter. He opens up wide on both ends, but yet still stays so confident in terms of his step. He's not just crazy big muscled, but he's still big backed. And he's still got a thick kind of an end to him in terms of his pin set. And like I said, center of his hip. And boy, once he's off and in motion, just real good. Realize he's got some weight on him. That calf's still handling it and holding it together real good. It's a good calf to win this class. Steer that comes here next, very good in terms of his cage. You know, honestly, whenever I step in behind him, that calf may have just a little more shape right in the center of his back than even what does my class winner. Now, getting nitpicky, he's a bit upright up front, a little smaller footed, not quite as big in his ankle or as neat in his look. But that's a good steer too, good feeding kind of a calf for sure. Big pretty one next. It just needs more in terms of depth of body and twist. Like to just go ahead and see him spread wider behind. Nice calf in terms of build, a little outward in terms of his shoulder. Chest sets lower than his midrib and flank. White calf is big, pretty, and long, kind of to his undoing. Needs to be stouter and better moving. Calf that closes, a little bigger sheath than chested. Probably a nicer hind leg and front end than the calf right ahead of him. Just can't quite get things to piece together right there. Needs a little more to him. Good way right there. Congratulations to him.
All right, so we wrapped up the last class there, and it's time for Division 4 champion.
Time for Division 4. Like you said, a good way to end the crossbred steer show. Good class of calves there. Again, the one that wins just, likes his extra substance and extra stoutness he had, still good looking. And as he alluded to, like we talked about, maybe a little further down the line in terms of weight and maturity compared to the other cattle, but still fresh and presented really good here today.
Yes, he is.
Looks like we had a malfunction on the halter here. Had a calf kind of slipped on, so we're going to catch him out back and re-rack these class winners up and bring our Division 4 winners back in.
So are we going to try to grab an interview with our judges in between?
Yep, I scheduled here after we get our division champions and our champion crossbred picked, we're going to corner these guys, corral them up.
So stay on here if you want to hear that, because they're going to take a slight break before champion.
Yeah, when they pick our champion crossbred, do not leave. We are going to talk to our judges and get a little bit of their perspective of what they've seen here thus far this weekend.
Well, you just heard Miles say he's having fun, and I bet he is.
How
I
could
bet
you
they
not?
both are.
Yep. I'm having fun just watching them.
Yes. They're out
Still
there
talking and discussing.
They're using their hands and discussing right now. I think it's awesome to see that. It's funny when Miles mentioned how they talk to each other about every day and multiple times a day, and maybe their wives don't appreciate it as much as they do. I know you and me can.
That rang true, didn't it?
Know what that feels
it's
like.
Home.
Yep.
Yep, I get that one. Can't you just finish that up and talk to him tomorrow?
It's important.
That's right.
He's got a fist pound from one of my neighbors. We've been getting some good feedback. Appreciate everybody that's paying attention.
Yeah. Once again, glad to offer this service. We're glad to be a part of it, and sure appreciate everybody listening at home. And thanks for the positive comments and even the negative ones. Try to help us improve a little bit as we go.
We'll take them all.
I was a little shocked last year. You know, you just don't know how it's going to go. But as we talked about, just the amount of people and the responses we got from the people that actually were watching at home, I was
pretty cool.
Pretty shocked. Well, that white-legged calf sure got the bones, doesn't he?
He's got the big legs.
All right, so champion Division 4 steer here. We got our class winners in the ring. Out of Class 1 with that first Smoky there, you see you're going to come into your shot right about now. Yep, that's Elsie Badger. Out of our next class, which is Class 15, our winner was Andrew Mathias. Class 16 winner with a star-headed Brocco-faced calf there was Claire Shanks. And again, the white-legged baldy here circling the corner, shown by Miss Abby Tlack. That's down my neck of the woods in old stomping grounds in the Enola area. They
Southern Iowa.
No strangers to the Iowa Beef Expo, and again, they've had a lot of success on the heifer side of the ring, and I think this may be Abby's last go-around in terms of 4-H, so tried to get a steer or two. I know we saw her show Maine yesterday. I think they had a pretty good run in the heifer show yesterday. Maybe had a breed champion or two as well. So good family, and always does a nice job and brings high-quality stuff to the fair.
Definitely some variety in this lineup, but quality all the way through again.
Yep, again, there's no let up in terms of the quality.
Nice class, an interesting class. Lots of give and take in here. Easily the most mobile, gives you the highest quality.
Probably not the most exotic steer we've seen, you know, but again, just good,
solid,
high-quality cattle that are fault-free.
You throwing your chips on the predominantly black steer, or are we going a different direction?
He's probably the favorite at this point.
Still good. Give you a feminine look. Nice way to lead off. This one we'll bring here next. And second, I like her hip. I like her boldness.
Steer at the front of the line. He sure got the look, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's one that you just like to take home and feed on, and it's got the habit of the neck.
He does.
But boy, that kind of body mass, still some flexibility. A little neck, a little head
Still flexible, made, good on his angles.
Deep side is one here.
Very smooth.
Some hip and some bone in her.
Just probably not quite as much punch as they would say as the
Yep. We
couple spots behind him.
We talked about that in class, and maybe, you know, for his liking, maybe just a vertebrae long in terms of his spine and just his body length. I just like to jam him up a little bit and power him up just a skosh, but hopefully he gets that with time and feed and maturity. Again, like they've talked about all day, I'm sure impressed with just the foot size of these cattle and the bone work.
They are big-footed.
And still be sound and flexible and agile on their movement. That's what's so impressive.
Yeah, a lot of soft-made ones in their ankles and joints. So you get these cattle out here on a surface like this, and it is what it is, and you can just, the ones that are more comfortable, the ones that are just structurally higher quality, they just handle it better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better in terms of her knee, and then one we'll close with, we'd like to see just a touch more balance and look and presence a good class of commercial cattle.
All right, here we go.
Division 4, if you would, give them a nice round of applause. Job well done, each one of these kids once again. Well, it's been a good steer show, and again, just kind of going to be interesting as we get them back together. Dylan and I, we were in agreement here on our champion in reserve very comfortably, but we know that there's big pieces out here, and in each one of these divisions, we wish that we could get a few of these other ones, a piece of it, just so you could go home and say, hey, I had a piece of that division. But those two that were champion in reserve were just a little stouter or moved just a shade better, whatever it may be. We're the most confident in these 4 steers that end up winning their classes and starts in the first class in this division. I talked about just his foot size, his comfort level, his look and presence, obviously from the profile. Calf's still very good right in the center of his hip. He needs a little more to the lower side of his hip, not stouting him just a shade as you get in behind his blade, but awfully neat looking, great big in terms of his lower cage. Maybe a rib longer, but that calf's got an immense amount of quality about him. Just a real neat one right there. I'll be honest, he pushes that line in terms of maybe being, and I know it's probably a little harsh, but almost a little feminine looking. And to me, relative to the calf that had more muscle that was second, we've talked about build, balance, and proportions, and that calf just did that better in that particular class. Steer that wins class 2, hey, a lot of shows that calf could win. Great big back, great big hip. Probably as honest in terms of his upper cage and the shape of his lower hip as any of these cattle in this lineup. On the move, he's upright in his shoulder. He sets out wider in the center of his shoulder blade. He'll harshen in his forerib and mid-body. Just want to soften that guy up. Think to me, only time will tell. If he gets the cover that he needs, calf could be pretty darn good and one to be a force to reckon with, if you want to call him that, long term. Angles, maybe a little upright, a little tighter in terms of his body. But a real neat calf as you get in behind him. Dylan talked this young lady's calf out of class 3. I thought that was a good pair of cattle, and where this one just set down easier off of his rear foot, really bold in terms of his rib, little neater look right up there through his crest. Beat a real powerful calf in that class in terms of hip and back. Just didn't think that he had as big of a foot and column of bone. Wasn't just as neat right up there at the top part of his neckline as what was this steer. Calf's really nice, not a big hole in him. Not a big wow factor, just good cattle. Black and white one comes in, absolute monster. Huge feet, big-ended, incredible in terms of his rib cage. Dylan said it right. That calf's big, but for his size, he fits his weight very well. Things have stayed fresh. Things have stayed consistent. That calf is so good on the move. I watched him walk. I got in behind him. I thought, man, maybe he gets a little narrow. He opens up and squares at the ground as good as any of them. He's got a beautiful look from the side. Incredibly good in terms of just that presence and pattern that we're looking for, and then yet still spread whenever you step right in behind him. Good calf, and beat a nice one in that class that just need to be stouter. We'll go out and get your champion reserve in Division 4. Crossbred steers have been real good. Congratulate them with a nice round of applause once again, if you could.
Here we go.
It's going to be
going in.
Black and white steer.
There you go. You can't count out the last class today.
You can't.
I'm telling you.
You said it. Well, like they said and you said, that steer is awfully fresh for how big he is and everything stays together.
Yep. Good job there. Congratulations to Abby and her crew. Like the Shanks calf for reserve? Sure he does.
There you go.
Great. Congratulations to those 2 young ladies. Champion in Division 4, Abby Talek. Reserve, Claire Shanks.
Like we said, stay tuned with us. We're going to get interviews with the judges.
How are you? Yes, we're going to get some, get those guys a chance to recharge their battery and
give them
grab
a chance to have a break, and we'll get them over.
Get their thoughts on what they've seen thus far.
What a show it's been.
It's been a great one.
Got another text message from a good family friend that used to show steers for my dad, Mr. Matt Helmers.
Oh, yes,
Listening
Matt.
to us. Hello, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Thanks for the text.
All right, this will be fun here as we get our 1, 2, and 3, 4
Oh, yeah.
Division winners stacked up.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. Looks like Lowell's getting them arranged back there, and here we go.
Get them in order, head them to
We
the
got a
ring.
green light. Division 1 steer coming in.
Division 1, that is Kinsey Campbell. That calf was a That's Right.
That's right.
That's right.
There's another one.
Yep, out of Division 2 there. That's Keaton Crosshoff. That was the Moose. Remember, we labeled
Moose.
that calf in that division. Division 3 coming in here. That's George Sinclair with an In God We Trust. And then out of the last class of the day here and winning Division 4 was Abby Tlack.
Little tree trunks.
Boy, the old second place calves aren't.
They're no slouches.
Aren't much of a
That was
degradation, are they?
Miles said that earlier in one of the classes. This second place steer is no slouch, he said.
That's right. Abby Jacobson, Macy Jacobson there, Division 1 Reserve. Tyson Gretzka, Mason Shalla out of the 3rd Division, and then Claire Shanks there out of Division 4 with the Reserve.
Now we can see that variation in size a little bit.
Starting to show up a little. But even that being said, I mean, there's some frame size differences, but
not as much variation in quality, just in size.
No, exactly. As we talked about in the 1st division, that young lady, her size and stature fits that calf pretty darn good.
It does. That worked out good.
Makes them both look better.
You guys are getting a good pan view now of all those calves in the center of the ring.
Got a little lull amongst the crowd. Kind of got quiet.
The calm before the storm. Everybody's intensely waiting to see what happens here. Obviously, whoever wins this division is going to be in a good position.
That's right. Kind of in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's fun to look at both lines, your first and your reserves. It's impressive all the way.
And I like, we haven't really talked about it, but I like the way they've done that throughout the weekend. We have our reserves kind of almost more like a sheep or goat show. We got them lined up behind them and not crammed up over in the corner in the fence. Yep.
Show them off. I like doing that too as an evaluator. Then you can literally compare them next to each other and hopefully not second guess yourself, but it's always fun to study them again.
Well, sure.
When you bring them back.
Like you said, get them side by side and compare and contrast. Again, appreciate the opportunity to be over here in the Jacobson Center, but you know, not right, wrong, indifferent, good, bad, or ugly, but just a little different feel than what we've been used to for the last 30 years. Evaluating our champion crossbred
Just not what we're used to, but it's very good.
Tan bark's just a little different background behind these cattle, and you don't have the white walls of the pavilion. But definitely, it's been a good venue, and so far so good. I haven't heard any major complaints.
Division 3 steer circling around. Judges are conferring with each other over on the edge here. You guys can't see that, but they're talking things over with each other.
Good group of steers there. It's, again, kind of hard to go wrong. Kind of
It really is. It's another one of those.
Division yesterday.
Yep.
You could really justify any of them.
The gestures and motions they're making. Here we go.
I'm just going to pull this microphone here and inform us on what those guys are thinking and where they're going to end up landing here in their crossbred division.
Well, folks, if you would, and I ask for it obviously every time, but I mean it every time too. Let's put our hands together for them real quick and show these kids our appreciation. I'll tell you something. Didn't know, get a little emotional in just a crossbred drive, but this means a lot to me. And guys, we tried to do the best job that we know to do. And you can argue placings and you can do whatever, but at the end of the day, you can't say that we didn't put our heart and our soul into it. We know what this thing takes. We understand the time and the commitment, the money, the effort. We get it. And I truly mean this whenever I say it. I'm so glad that God gave us the opportunity to be here. And I know that we've got a champion drive later, so I won't talk just too much more, but the passion for the industry, the passion for cattle and pigs that runs in my blood and Dylan's, it's all we do. It's all we know. If there wasn't anything else, I mean, I wouldn't want to pour concrete every day. Don't tell my dad, but I wouldn't know what else to do. And I know that some of you are probably a little hesitant to say, good job. And I'm okay, all right? Because for the last 2 days, we gave it everything that we knew how to do. You may like stuff different, and that's totally fine with us. But we know what we like, and they come back out, and I'm damn proud of the lineup. I know that maybe they're not just your favorites, but those cattle all look the same. These champions out each one of these divisions look almost identical in terms of foot and bone, their quality of width, the skeleton, their body type, their shape. They're all different sizes. That one, he could feed around for a while. That one, probably the same way. These two, power and stout and great big feet. The reserves, incredibly good as well. And we're nitpicking on cattle. Hey, I'm going to be real honest with you. I know a lot of families in the state of Iowa that show cattle, okay, because we're involved in it. I don't want to nitpick on kids. I don't want to nitpick on families. All we're doing is judging the stock. Never would I ever, and Dylan the same way, do anything that we didn't want to do, placing-wise, but I don't ever want to lose friends doing it. I know it's a harsh reality of judging a show, but I'm telling you, we're passionate about it. We feel very, very comfortable in what we're going to do, but it's been an amazing lineup. It just sucks that some of them aren't going to make it back in. But I do think that, man, it's incredibly good. You folks should be commended. The Iowa Beef Expo is 100% as good as it gets for prospect cattle, and as good as it gets as you continue on into a state fair. We're happy to be here. We'll get you your champion in reserve. I'm not going to talk anymore. Thank the kids one more time if you could.
Last class today, Mr. Haviger.
Man, I didn't see it coming. You called it.
Congratulations, Abby Tlack, champion crossbred steer out of Division 4.
Well, our judge got a little emotional there. You could hear the passion that he has. And there we go to Division 3 for reserve.
George Sinclair. Congratulations to those guys. Awesome group of crossbred steers here. And, yeah, like you said, he got a little emotional, but definitely not going to hold that against him because those guys have done a tremendously good job. And we're proud and happy that they are, emotionally attached and got into this deal as heavy and did it and as intensely as they did because wouldn't expect much less. So,
no doubt.
Awesome group. Like I said, don't go away. We're getting ready to pick our champion here in a little bit. We're going to let the judges grab a quick bite to eat, and then we're going to get them on the mic here, let them talk to you a little bit, and just recap the last couple of days before we select our champion here in the Market Steer Show. Okay, folks, just a quick update here. Just talked to the powers that be. We are going to, as far as scheduling, we're going to wait till we round out the commercial heifer division here, and once the commercial heifer champion has been picked, we will pick the grand champions 30 minutes after that point. We're going to start with the breeding females. They'll pick our supreme female in our top 5, and then we will pick our grand champion market steer in the top 5 after that. So that's the schedule, so we're going to wait just a little bit here, but I'm going to go grab the judges. Don't go anywhere here in the next about 5 minutes. We're going to talk to the judges here real quick and get a little quick recap.